Kenmore City Council is now in session. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Culver.
Present.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
Councilmember Sassen.
Here.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Here.
Councilmember Lutsis.
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Here.
Mayor Herbig.
Here.
All present.
Next on the agenda, we have our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Soxhawtl, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. Now, if you would all please stand and join me in the flag salute.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. City Manager, where's the fun?
Well, Your Honor, we're going to let Michelle Kang answer that question.
Thank you. In mid-December, Lake City Partners was incredibly grateful to announce that even though the Kenmore Senior Women's Shelter was not officially open yet, they had already been able to move 4 elder women off the streets and into the new shelter in Kenmore. They continue to accept referrals into the space and expect to be at full capacity of 26 women by the end of March. The ability to quickly welcome women into the space is entirely due to the speed at which this county, city, and community rallied to be ready, and the Kenmore Women's Senior Shelter to get them ready in time for winter. In their social media posts, the Lake City Partners gave special thanks to the King County, which provided funding and 6 truckloads of chairs, cubicles, tables, and carpets to help furnish Kenmore, all from old King County buildings, and the Kenmore residents that led the way in recreating the space so that LCP could open before the colder winter months. And we're just going to list off a few people. Ann Thurley, who was the driving force to connect with so many in the community and organize cleanup, painting, and yard work events. Brian and Judy Albert, who paid for Northwest Flooring to remove the old carpet in offices and install new flooring. Melissa and Dave Bennett, who made handmade new signs for the inside of the building and helped with the cleaning and setup with the interior space. Anita Fanlander, Brad Hammer, Claire Watson, David Dorian, Diane Purvis, Elizabeth Lapine, Jenny Alderks and her daughter, Christy Lee Gill, Lisa Nelson, Louise Meyer, Michelle and Tim Marcello, Mary Lewis, Marie Perdue, Michael Duft, Pat Galloway, Rolanda Nelson, and Sherelle Poulin. Special thank you to Denise Karen of Essential Staging and Design, who donated all the furnishings in the lounge room plus artwork around the building. This is the impact of bringing together public and private support. King County, Washington government, our elected officials, and the many, many private groups and individuals that have stepped up to help create a space for these women to not just survive, but thrive. In a short period of time, this public and private partnership has been able to turn Kenmore into a beautiful, thoughtful, and welcoming space for elder women.
Thank you very much for that update. Next on our agenda is public comments. We want to welcome folks to the council's meeting. We ask that you address your comments to the mayor and the council. Folks are going to have 3 minutes to speak. The clerk will call your name when it is your turn. The presiding, please state your name and city of residence and keep within the allotted time to make every person feel welcome here. Please refrain from booing, clapping, heckling, yelling, or other interruptions. The meeting is recorded for transparency. Thank you for being here and for sharing your input respectfully. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 guests on site wishing to speak, Patrick O'Brien and Jennifer Anderson LaRue, followed by Stacy Valenzuela online. Well, you need to activate your microphone. Just press the button on the microphone.
At the base of the mic, no. Pat, the base of the microphone. right, the base, right there.
Thank you. Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. Hello, City Council and members of the public who are watching. I encourage you all to find candidates to run in the next election because as far as I'm concerned, we've got several fail points here with the City Council as it stands now. We've burned up our tax dollars. We floated a bond for $20 million. The public didn't vote on it. I think that's highly irregular, wrong. Think of all the things we can't buy because we bought a maintenance facility when we could have had the old fire station for $3 to $5 million. We're spending between $30 and $70 million through all the phases on that facility. That's absolutely burned up our future and any future version we have without adding more taxes. We suppressed the public's challenges on the testing for the Lake Point. We went against Rob Carlindsey, the attorneys. They didn't want to see the type of testing that was more thorough, the type of dredging that was definitely better for the environment. They spent $150,000 of our tax money to fight the citizens on asking to have it done right. Information you should want, but you allow him to do this and so many more things. You do not scrutinize the waste he puts forth. As a matter of fact, I heard that Brian Hampson now has his own side as a construction company. Are you regulating that at all? It seems to be a little bit much to me. So I'm asking people to fight the Sound Transit. Sound Transit is converting property, the Jack in the Box that we all love, converting that, and we'll get no tax revenue from that. As far as I know, everything that Sound Transit has got planned yields us no more property tax. We get less property tax, which means that the taxpayers pick that up. So if you see people from the League of Cities or Washington League of Cities do not support their candidacy, do not support their employment. That is an evil organization, all designed to take property rights away from property owners, increase taxes, and hand boilerplate legislation to cities across the country, across this state, and it is inherently going against people's rights, property rights, and I just ask anybody who will run for City Council, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Anderson LaRue.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. So lovely to see you today. I just wanted to come, Jennifer Anderson LaRue, live here in Kenmore. I just wanted to come here tonight and give some positive feedback for the automated radar enforcement program, because I know you're probably getting a lot of negative feedback. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but for the last 8 months, I was actually a host at the Guest House restaurant, which sits at the corner where the Arrowhead enforcement is. And when you initiated the enforcement at all hours, and I sat there every night and watched every single car trigger the camera. And I am here to say thank you for putting it in, and thank you for putting the tolerance at 0 miles per hour over the limit. We know that at 20 miles per hour, 90% of pedestrians hit by a car will survive. We know that at 30 miles per hour, a car traveling, 60% of pedestrians will survive. By the time you get to 40 miles per hour, if hit by a car, only 10 to 20% of pedestrians will survive. And so I just want to make it very clear that you guys, that I love that you're standing your ground for traffic safety. Not only does it prevent all of our kids who bike and walk to school, protect, not prevent, protect all of our kids who bike and walk to school, but it protects all of our other pedestrians, our other cyclists, and I've actually even made a few new friends in Kenmore this week who get around by motorized wheelchair who are taking advantage of the new bike lanes and multi-use path. And so you are ensuring that we don't have any more tragedies like we've had in the past by putting in these safety features. And I am 100% on board with collecting funds for anyone who refuses to be obeying the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll now move on to our virtual guest, Stacy Valenzuela. Stacy, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Here you go ahead.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. How are you reaching out to the areas of Kenmore residents in regards to issues? We would like each of you to make additional efforts. Hear directly from our community by attending Coffee with Council, replacing the Monday Coffee with Council with the town halls. Remember that promise? We also would like more special meetings, like missing the surprise of Jack in the Box closing, for residents to weigh in on important issues. I'm concerned because it seems like some of these previous comp plan segments, the Planning Commission was rushed through with only staff concerns. I also saw the statement that the air in Kenmore will not change. We are requesting that our residents' inclusion and be heard, as well as the time for thoughtful review on all environmental, affordable housing, development, downtown plans, and public hearings and ordinances. It seems like what's happening is that in the same night you hear the public hearing, you also have to vote, and there is no time left for you to review any of this information. We also need the city to prioritize housing residents by the dashboards that show the highest needs are in affordable housing at 30% and below, then 50% and below. We care, and we would like residents included, voting for projects like the Boathouse, Lake Point Survey, the huge contaminated site. We need to take care of our residents and not fine them as much as you're allowing these outside developers to get a free ride and make them exempt from codes for environmental needs. Where are the public meetings before the Jack in the Box? Is this the best practices to improve quality of life in Kenmore? We want the city to cut back on the budget, cut back on each department and project, stop the overspending rather than see neighborhoods taxed out of their homes. I agree with quite a few of my fellow neighbors sharing the environmental, health, housing, and financial concerns with the current directive of our city. We need to protect and preserve our tree canopy, ecosystems, wildlife, fish, birds, and humans. It's not really a public hearing if you continue to already have your mind made up before in one-on-ones, before public comment or participation. Will we love where we live if this direction continues? Thank you.
Mayor, there's no one else signed up to speak.
All right, thank you. I have one quick, because there seems to be some confusion on this issue. Mr. City Manager, could you just confirm that the Jack in the Box was purchased by WashDOT for a culvert replacement that they're doing underneath 522 to daylight the creek?
That's correct, and WashDOT is complying with a court order that requires them to make that culvert fish friendly.
And the city had zero role in that purchase.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda stands approved unanimously. That brings us to our presentation today. Honoring Kenmore Police Officer Jeff Durant's service to Kenmore. Chief Mullen.
Oh, right up here, my friend. Oh, a little closer, right there. Yeah, we don't want everyone to see you. Yes.
Great.
Now you're too close. Right there. So thank you for having us today or tonight. Really appreciate it. A little bit different than the last time I was here, standing here with a different officer a few months ago. That was retirement. Today, we're not honoring a retirement. He's not quite there yet. He's a few years away from that, but we are honoring Jeff Durant for his 22 plus years of service just to the city of Kenmore. It's quite remarkable within the sheriff's office that an officer spends any lengthy amount of time in one work site. There are many opportunities throughout the sheriff's office where people can go to. They can promote, they can accept different spots. Maybe if you get tired of working in a city, you can go work in an unincorporated area, vice versa. It is rare that someone stay in a spot for a lengthy amount of time. In this case, Jeff had many opportunities over the years to accept various positions. He didn't. He always stayed here because he liked it here. He loved it here, and he really took ownership in the Kenmore community. So the fact that he spent 22 plus years, over 22 years here in Kenmore is really remarkable. But again, not a retirement. He finally did get lured away for the detective position at another work site that we're still a little angry with, but we're very understanding. He did his time. We are just appreciative that we had him here as long as we did. In his time in Kenmore, he served a number of roles, as you imagine, as a traffic officer, a school resource officer. He worked patrol his entire time. His most recent role is as a master police officer, which serves as a leadership role, but also the training role, training new officers when they come out in the street. So Jeff trained, I don't even want to know what the number is, a lot of recruits over the years right here in Kenmore. We also saw him teaching drug classes, chaperoning dances, various things at the schools, always involved in the schools. He was selected by his peers multiple times as Kenmore's Officer of the Year, so many times that we're not exactly sure of the number. I know I started referring to it as a Jeff Durant Award, and so I couldn't tell you how many times, multiple times. He's also has a lengthy list of commendations, Blue Star medals, meritorious service awards, far more than we could be here all night if I tried to list them all out. Jeff has literally sacrificed his body for Kenmore. I don't know which knee was which, but in 2008, he had a major, that was the left, major knee surgery, on-duty injury on his left knee. Fast forward to a few years ago in 2022, it was the other knee. So we had lots of sacrifices over the years in various incidents, and got drugged by a car not too long ago too. That was a fun one as well. Jeff is very well known by let's say the criminals in the area, and whether it be Kenmore in the general area, everyone knew Jeff. And they would ask, I know I was asked multiple times when I first worked here as an officer, and again here as a chief many years later, is Durant working? Became a common question. I get asked, is Durant working? You arrest someone, say, is Durant working? Because they want to talk to Jeff about something. Because everyone knew Durant. He was on a first name basis with everyone. But again, as I said earlier, he always has taken ownership of issues within the community. He took pride in serving Kenmore. And if it was even a fairly mundane neighborhood issue that is affecting someone, he would want to solve it for them. If it was a larger issue that took a lot more time, he'd want to solve that too. He took ownership of everything he did. But you also, just in my time here, you also see on social media pictures that have been sent to me, not taken by officers, but submitted by the community, where Jeff is seen shoveling an elderly person's driveway. Another time, he's giving a blanket to someone who was cold in the bus stop. Really a balance of compassion and crime fighting, and it's really what Jeff has done over the years. And because of that, he really epitomizes what we want in community-oriented policing and finding that balance. And so we've always appreciated that. And just to wrap it up, I know in my time here, I've always referred to Jeff because of how much ownership he took of Kenmore and how everyone knew him and he knew everyone, and he was constantly here working, that we referred to him, and I referred to him as the town marshal. So he has always been known as Kenmore's town marshal. So today, in recognition of that, Rob and his staff were kind enough to get a plaque honoring Jeff's service, in which As you can see on the top of it is a badge proclaiming him as the town marshal with Kenmore's city logo. So we're happy to present this to Jeff today. Thank you. And as well as a patch commemorating your final patch that you wore. There was a few over the years in Kenmore, but this is the final one. So there you are. We want to take a quick picture.
Yeah,
as
why don't
well?
we,
Okay.
why don't we go and take a quick picture?
So you got to carry those over there for the picture. We're going to go over there and take a picture.
Thank you very much for your service. Next on our agenda is a public hearing, proposed ordinance 250625, amending and extending interim regulations for an additional 6 months for certain parcels close to Swamp Creek in proximity to SR 522 and 80th Avenue Northeast, presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent. Ms. Bent, virtual today?
I don't see her online. Would you give us one moment to find out?
Okay. The attorney?
Mr. Mayor, if Ms. Ment is not available, I could attempt to pinch hit for her. Just let me know.
Let's give her a second here.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like staff is trying to find her. And chatting today?
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council.
Welcome.
I'm covering for Director Bent. Apologies, I need to bring up my information here because I was not prepared for this at all. So just give me one moment. So I'm going to read the information on the summary background of the agenda bill. So this is regarding a public hearing on ordinance 250625, amending and extending interim regulations for an additional 6 months of certain parcels close to Swamp Creek in proximity to 522 and 80th Avenue. I know the councils previously reviewed this over a number of iterations, and this is to basically renew these regulations for another 6 months. And yeah, that's really the extent of the ordinance. So I'll entertain any questions or comments.
Do you have any questions? Councilmember Shrubnik.
Do we have a sense, and you may or may not know, if we're going to be able to complete the work within this next period? Because we've done this a few times now,
Yes.
so yeah.
Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
council member. So it's actually one of the items that's on the docket for 2025. So that'll be something we'll actually discuss as part of the work program. But I do know that this has come back multiple times, but it is part of our plan to bring those to the council in this calendar year.
Councilor Lutzis.
Just to address your point, Councilmember Shrubnik, I believe that as of the docket, we'll have to renew one more time. I think that's projected to pass later on in the year around September. So, excuse me, not pass the discussion coming before us at that time.
Any further questions before I open up the public hearing? All right, seeing none, I declare the public hearing open. Same general rules apply as public comment. Folks will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and city of residence and address your comments directly to the council. If your comments have been fully expressed by preceding speakers, we encourage you to summarize your statements by stating your name, city of residence, and saying that I agree with the previous speaker. We'll hear testimony from any on-site guests first, followed by pre-registered virtual guests. Thank you for taking the time to participate in this public hearing. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have no one signed up to speak.
Is there anybody present wishing to be heard? Anyone present wishing to be heard? Last call, is there anybody present wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed, which brings us to business agenda, proposed ordinance number 250625. Anything further?
That is all.
Yes,
We
sorry.
did want to let the council know that Debbie Bent is online with us, should you need
Oh,
to
okay,
ask her.
great. Do we have any questions for Director Bent before we move this? All right. The chair will entertain a motion to approve proposed ordinance number 250625.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to adopt proposed ordinance number 25-0625, amending and extending interim regulations for an additional 6 months for certain parcels close to Swamp Creek in proximity to SR 522 and 80th Avenue Northeast. Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutzis,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbeck.
Yes, the ordinance passes unanimously. That brings us to the end of our special meeting and brings us to our study session. We do need to give staff, I think, a few minutes to get things fully ready for that. So let's take 5 minutes and we'll be back at 6:35 for the rest of the meeting down at the tables. All right, I think we have everybody here now. So we'll start our study session preview of 2025, and I'm going to turn it over to Michael Pendleton to facilitate this part of the meeting. Michael.
Hello, everyone. 2025. Hard to believe this keeps clicking by. Well, thank you for inviting me to be with you. We've worked together many times, so I won't belabor the facilitation ground rules. I just remind us that of a couple things. First and foremost, a pretty aggressive agenda for the time that we have, a lot of important stuff to talk about. So I'd really ask for your cooperation, help facilitate being succinct as you can, as we've done in the past. I think we're hoping to be finished by 11 this evening, but we'll take the time necessary to do the work we need to do. Before I start, are there any comments or questions before we go right into the agenda? Everyone has this agenda in front of them, I'm assuming. Okay, great. Todd, please. Oh, before you start, sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, being nimble. In these discussion sessions, I've been told that our objectives really here are to have a discussion amongst yourself based on the information there. The staff is looking for consensus and your support moving forward on a number of these topics. So that will be the takeaway. This is a work study session, so my understanding is you don't make final decisions in these sessions, if you will, but that's the directions I've been given. So just to kind of frame what we're after and what we hope to accomplish in this session.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Michael. Good evening, Todd Hall, Principal Planner. Tonight, Debbie and I are bringing forward the 2025 annual docket. This includes items for the Planning Commission, as well as a list of items that we're proposing to bring to the City Council over the calendar year. So each year at the beginning, we bring forward a list of items for our work plan, specifically for the Planning Commission, as well as a number of items that many of the other departments in the city would like to bring forward. And tonight, Debbie and I just wanted to go over a few of those. In terms of the annual review docket process, this is outlined in Chapter 1920 of the Kenmore Municipal Code. And the docket is open at the end of each calendar year. So our 2025 docket opening was November 1st to December 1st. We received 4 applications this year, and we'll go over those in detail as we proceed. So in terms of kind of the direction for tonight, we're actually providing the information tonight, but that's your January 27th meeting. We're going to be asking council to make a direction to staff on whether or not to proceed with these items or not for the 2025 calendar year. So this process may be familiar to most of you who have been on the council, and I know it's a little bit new this year. We did brief Planning Commission in advance, just for the record, last week, so they got an early heads up, but they knew that this was ultimately going to be decided by City Council on what gets moved forward. So and I'll move on to the the attachment 1 of your packet, and that's the actual preliminary docket work program. So like I said, we have 4 items as part of the Planning Commission docket. The first one, that being, is middle housing regulations, accessory dwelling unit regulations, cottage housing, and then amendments for small houses on small lots, along with some other minor zoning changes that we need to make in relationship to this. This is probably our most aggressive time item that's due through the Planning Commission. This is, as you recall, the middle housing regulations were passed by the state in 2023. City Council just passed the policies as part of the comprehensive plan at the end of 2024 in December. Now, these are the next phase of this project is the development regulations. So we'll be working with our consultant from Kimley Horn to develop those regulations. And we're expecting to get those through Planning Commission by the end of March or early April through a public hearing. And then we'd like to have those completed through the Planning Commission to give enough time to City Council for review and deliberation before the June 30th, 2025 deadline. And just to go back on why we're requesting these be adopted by that time frame. June 30th, 2025 is when the model ordinance of the state would be adopted if the cities do not adopt their own code. So that is why we're proposing to get this completed by June 30th. Otherwise, you'll have a code that's preempted by the state's ordinance. The second one is partially related to item number one, and that is some amendments to the land use and housing element. You recall that we just brought these to the City Council at the end of 2024. And the reason that we're bringing these along is if we need to make any minor adjustments to each of these elements based on the middle housing regulations that are going to be adopted. So those would be relatively minor in nature. They're not going to be the extensive change that Planning Commission and City Council reviewed over the course of 2024. The next one on this list is the PROS plan, or the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. Including with that is the Parks and Recreation element of the comprehensive plan. And then lastly, linked with that is the Parks Capital Facilities Plan. And all of these are going to be brought forth over the course of 2025 and early 2026 because the last PROS plan was adopted in 2019, 2020, I believe. And so every 6 years we need to adopt a new plan in order to comply with recreation conservation grants. And so this plan will be reviewed and brought towards the Planning Commission and City Council. We'll have a consultant that we're currently going through the process right now of selecting. We should find out who that ultimately is in the next couple of weeks, and then we'll bring the contract forward likely in March. And then, over the course of 2025, we'll have a number of public engagement events and outreach things that will be similar to what you experienced in the comprehensive plan, but this will be primarily focused on parks and recreation. And then lastly is the Bastille Master Plan update. I'll turn this over to Debbie, and she'll be able to provide a lot more information on that item.
Thank you, Todd. So the Bastille Master Plan expires at the end of December 2025. We received a docket request from Bastille to amend the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations to allow multifamily market rate housing on campus, as Bastille felt this was a measure which would make them economically viable long term. We are currently finalizing what the process will be for the master plan update because the master plan currently does not address market rate housing. We've not received any information to date about the proposed amendments to the master plan, but we will have a complete answer on that process before council adopts the docket on the 27th. So those are the 4 Planning Commission docket items that staff are recommending. And then the other items would be items that would go directly to council. And they would go directly to council because they do not involve amendments to the comprehensive plan. So council can then take those items directly. They could provide some to the Planning Commission, but as the Planning Commission has a full docket, these are the ones that we're recommending go directly to the City Council. And you'll see that most of these relate to bringing the city's municipal code up to date to be in compliance with state law that has been passed over the last few years. So even though state law is in effect, those regulations are not reflected in the Kenmore Municipal Code. So we need to do that for consistency purposes and for ease of administration and for the public to understand what the Kenmore regulations are. So you will see there is several items that the Community Development Department will be bringing forward. In addition of those items, we will be bringing forward regulations to address the TOD carve-out area for the interim regulations, which you just held the public hearing on, and also the park impact fee rate study. So after the pros element is updated and the pros plan is adopted, we then need to address updating the park impact fees accordingly. You'll see that other departments also will be bringing items forward to the council. Development Services, again, most of their items are related to recent state law. So again, it's bringing the city code up to date to reflect those changes. The engineering department will be bringing forward amendments related to the traffic code and road standards and commute trip reduction. Park rules update from Public Works, updating the surface water master plan, environmental services, and political sign regulation review for the city manager's office. So you'll see that both the Planning Commission and the council will have a lot of work to do for 2025. There were several items that we were hoping to place on the docket, including bringing forward, updating the housing strategy plan, looking at bringing forward a plan for the next phase of downtown, for example, looking at bringing forward regulations for the mobile home park community now that that lawsuit is resolved. But again, we had to look at these in terms of priorities, and this is what staff recommends be the priorities for 2025. And those other items would then be deferred to a later docket work program. Any questions on the docket that either Todd or I could answer for you this evening?
Yeah, I've got a few. Missing middle housing and the alternative compliance piece. I know y'all have reached out to Commerce trying to get some clarification for folks who aren't up to speed. I think there's some question on whether or not we might have missed a deadline. There's a couple ambiguous dates. Have you all heard anything additional? Do we know yet about the alternative compliance piece?
We've not heard direction back from Commerce, although if you read the state law, it is pretty clear that that alternative compliance approach is allowed, and the dates that were reflected in Commerce were for those jurisdictions that adopted their comprehensive plans in 2023. But again, it seemed like an easy question to address. We're just waiting for that final answer from Commerce.
Got you, okay. And switching to the pros plan, it mentions RCO grants. I know some of this pertains to Lake Point and other things. Could you walk us through like what other grants we might be seeking, you know, the next few years and like why that's so important?
Well, as in any capital project, we try and maximize the city dollars with other, whether it's federal or state dollars. In terms of RCO, we are required to have an updated pros plan adopted every 6 years to be eligible to apply. So that would need to be adopted by council by the end of February 2026. So again, it would be for either acquisition or development projects. It could be related to Lake Point. It could be for any other capital projects which are added to the 6-year capital improvement program to be determined.
Okay, 10-4.
You have a comment on that, Rob?
Yeah, if I can add to that. So the next RCO funding round is in 2026. And so by having the pros plan done in 2025, it positions us for the next RCO funding round. I mean, like Debbie said, there's a variety of RCO grants that you can apply for, whether it's habitat restoration or even retroactively reimbursing the city for open space that it's already purchased. For example, the Thomas property that we'll be closing in on 74th Avenue or 76th Avenue, I believe, and potentially Lake Point as well. RCO has a host of programs that you can choose from depending on what your needs are. And we just want to be well positioned for that by 2026.
Got you. And they've also got some method to extend our eligibility. Is that right?
RCO does?
Yes.
Or eligibility for?
I've got it somewhere in here, but essentially they say, all right, if you've got an expiration date for your pros plan, you can extend that for some future period of time. Is that something we've looked into or we're aware of, or?
I'm not aware of that date. I'd have to ask
Yeah.
RCO if it's possible if we're not in compliance to extend that date. But my understanding is it's a pretty hard and fast date every 6 years.
That's my understanding too. I've always had the pros plan updated in time for RCO grants, so I don't know what it looks like to not be in compliance and try to apply for RCO grants.
Okay. Last thing I guess I would say for now in the Bastier, I guess I would just highlight knowing what our needs are and what housing we need to be building. You hate to pit them against each other, but if we have to prioritize one, obviously we need a lot more 0 to 30% AMI housing than market rate housing. So nothing but love at Bastier. Want to keep them moving on stuff, but I thought I might call that out. So yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, next. Anything else, Debbie, on? Okay, are we ready to go to the Department of Work plan?
Yeah, so no other comments on dockets. And okay, we will bring forward what we've proposed in 2 weeks.
Deborah.
I mean, this is the whole docket? Because we didn't talk about a lot of the things, but are we going to talk about the rest of the things in item A, like step, or is that separate from this discussion?
If council has any questions on step, staff are recommending that this be part of the council's work program item being brought forward by community development. I did include a memo in the packet outlining a proposal for how this would be brought forward. And this was under the assumption based on council discussion last year that there was council interest in having a sort of limited term advisory group to provide guidance to council, which would consist of members who had a broad range of opinions and interests regarding step housing. So the memo in there is just sort of a preliminary outline of what that work program would look like, assuming there was an advisory committee. Also assuming that we hire a senior planner to help out with some of these docket work programs that are on the council agenda.
So is it coming back to council to talk about that and like what that advisory committee looks like? I don't want to jump the shark here if we're having a different discussion at a different time.
If you have any preliminary comments or questions this evening, I just laid this out based on the assumption that council still wanted to have this advisory committee and what that would look like in terms of the number of meetings, in terms of makeup, how that group would be selected. So if you do have any questions on the memo, I'd be happy to hear them this evening.
So and I'll just highlight a couple of the things that I mentioned that you addressed so they're out in the open. I also asked about neighborhood corner commercial and hoping that does go on the docket, not for 2025, but for later. It's something that we've talked about for several years. It looks like split lots are part of the broader missing middle that will be this year, which is great. That was another topic I raised in one-on-ones. And then the step, I'm really appreciative that is coming before us. Obviously it has to. And my only issue was just sort of how do we have a constructive advisory committee, and, you know, whether it's an even number or an odd number. I tend to think that odd number helps, just because, you know, then if you don't have a tie issue ever, but so I guess that was my only issue around that. And then just, you know, clarification of kind of when and how, and are people selected and facilitated, and, you know, that kind, just the logistics of what that would look like.
Okay, Nathan?
Before we move on, I also just wanted to make a brief comment from my own perspective. I understand what we have on the docket here for this year. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much for answering my questions about a lot of those state guidelines and the deadlines for some of these things. I did want to at least provide my perspective too, that I think, you know, looking ahead beyond this year, I think this is plenty, but it would be my own personal preference to also consider looking at the downtown, which you mentioned, and I know we had the ULI report, and I'd like to act on that before that gets too cold. So, but that's something for next year. Just heads up. Thank you.
Other questions? Nigel?
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Lucis. I'd really like to see us have a discussion and freshen up the downtown plan next year if possible.
Okay. John?
Briefly on the STEP group, I'm a no on it. I don't think that's a good idea. I would like to see that go in front of the planning commission. I think they've got a lot of good ideas about housing. That said, and I emailed it out, but I'll just say for the public, there is a bill that I think would preempt this. So if that does come to pass, that might be off our docket entirely. So yeah.
Okay. Other comments, questions? You have the direction on your items here that you need? Any other discussion you need from the council before we move on?
No, we will be bringing the docket forward for council adoption on the 27th. So again, if there are any questions or comments that you think of either after tonight or in advance of the 27th, please let Todd or I know so that we can be prepared to address those on the 27th.
So on the STEP memo that's in your packet, it outlines the timeline of the advisory task force and also the makeup of the group. And so I heard one of you say that you'd rather see it be an odd number instead of an even number. And I heard one of you say that you're not in favor of it at all. And Councilmember Koval, you mentioned a bill that's being introduced that would make permanent supportive housing an administrative decision, and which could possibly make this a moot point. I'm not an expert in that, but that's a point well taken. So those are two comments I've heard so far on this STEP committee. That's definitely, I'm not feeling like that's direction unless more of you chime in.
Well, I guess that's my facilitating type question. There's this memo, it proposes a process and so on. I'm assuming that the staff would then bring that back, reflecting some of the comments or a consensus set of comments. Hearing none other than what's been mentioned, I would say that this memo pretty much stays intact the way it is, unless you have other points of view on it. Hearing none. Anything else on the docket? Okay, let's move to the department work plans. And I guess there's going to be, yeah, Rob?
Yeah, I'll kick it off. So hopefully you've had a chance to look at these, what I call visual work plans. And I think the one big takeaway is there's a lot. In fact, our work plans are full. Our leadership team has worked really hard to, number one, put in the elements that help us run a good city. And number two, equally important, to move forward city council priorities. And so given the resources that we have, that you've given us in this biennium budget, we've tried to make it all work as well as possible. So just to frame this issue up, our leadership team, I think would heartily agree with me that our work plans are full and that but at the same time, they're excited to briefly go over what they have in store for 2025. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Stephanie Lukash, who's going to give you an overview of the city manager's office work plan. And just so you know, each department head will have 5 minutes or less to give their department overviews. And we even did a little practice run last week. And so we'll see how it goes.
Thank you so much, Rob. So I'm Stephanie Lukash. I'm the Deputy City Manager, and I am the department head for the City Manager's office. And just to Rob's point, what you'll see is a lot here, 2 full pages of content. And this year, we added a preamble. And I think a lot of us can relate. So much emergent work happens, and it's hard to capture that in the work plan. So we actually added a preamble at the very top that talks about that there will be emergent things that aren't on the work plan anywhere else, but that come up, and we just put other things aside to address those priorities that come from all kinds of places. So I wanted to mention that. And then we have a number of categories. Our work program in City Manager's office is broken out by heading. So those are in blue. So I'm going to look at the first one under administrative. And I'm not going to go, there's not time in 5 minutes to go through each item. But there's a lot that this team is doing. And I'll highlight a couple things. New agenda tracking software, which I think you will all really like. New public records tracking software and a system. A really robust training program that we implemented and we're in year 3 of. And then a new work study program is planned, and we're excited about those things in this particular category. We do a lot of work with committees and work groups, and obviously support you all, the City Council, in the work, and there are a number of items listed there. I think that the agenda tracking software, you'll see the effects of that in kind of streamlined agendas and how the materials are put together for you and our public. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility is resourced out of the City Manager's office, and there's a lot of really important work happening. We'll highlight that we will be coming to you in July with an update on that work to council. And then leadership of the organization. We are obviously supporting all employees across all of our departments. And a couple of things I'll highlight here is expanded leadership team will be continuing. And also we're going to be launching a lean continuous improvement program to look at where we can find efficiencies within our organization. So we're excited about that. Under communications, we're excited to have added a resource. Thank you to the council for approving in the budget a new position around communications and economic development support. And we're really excited to roll out that position and to do really important work supporting our citywide communications with the new communications plan and supporting work across every department. And then under economic development and tourism, we have the Lake Point project. I know that's going to come up in multiple times tonight, different work programs. And then we have the Kenmore Business Alliance. We just met this morning. The KBA has an executive committee, and that group met for the very first time today. We're excited to engage that group in the work. We have a restaurant and retail study that was approved in the budget. We have the Hank Herron program that will be coming into its own. And then FIFA, I know we're going to be talking about that. And thank you to Councilmember O'Kane for meeting with my team and I to talk about some ideas that we're all coalescing around in order to take advantage and maximize the opportunity in June of 2026 when people from all over the world will come to our area to watch soccer. And then under public safety and judicial branch support, and Chief Moen will talk in a little bit about that work program, but it will be our 3rd year of community court. We're really excited about that. And we'll be coming to you in April with the public safety study session, and that's become an annual occurrence. We're excited about that, and we'll be sharing how we're doing with RACER and the 24/7 Crisis Center, and also be talking about all of the important work that we're doing in partnership with our police department. And then we have Housing and Human Services, and both Housing and Human Services are in your top 5 priorities. And we're excited about the strategic plan work and implementing all the contracts that you approved in the budget. And then regional partnerships and support that we have. We're part of a region, and we consider a lot of these projects that are on the work program really important to continue to do our part to be a good partner with our neighboring North King County cities on a number of fronts. Really excited in the Housing and Human Services realm about not only the strategic plan, but also the Imagine project and seeing that move forward. So those are some of the highlights in the city manager's office.
Nathan.
I had a quick clarifying question under economic development tourism regarding the King County passenger ferry line. Maybe there can be some discussion on that. Thank you.
I'll let our city manager answer that.
That one, the one where it's white all the way across. Yeah, that was my error. So Stephanie pointed it out. She said, Rob, you need to get that colored in. And I failed to do so, but I would give that a yellow. And so lighter workload. And given the hard no we got regarding a landing site on the east side of the lake, I don't want to make a pun and say that it's dead in the water. But when the west side or when the east side landing site got killed, it was close to dead in the water, but still want to leave it there because it is an alternate mode of transportation and could fit under your multimodal council priority. And I still want to keep a ray of hope out there. I still want the region to know that this is something that we would like to see in the future. And then also, if a landing on the other side of the lake is not possible, what about a north-south route on the east side of the lake? Is something possible there? And can we explore that with Kirkland, Bellevue, Renton? So that said, given everything that's going on and other city council priorities, I don't have a ton of bandwidth to dedicate to this topic, but I still think it's important to keep on the work plan, to keep the topic alive, to let each other know and the region know that it's still something we want to see someday.
Other questions or comments, John?
Yeah, the internal working group for affordable housing. What is that all about? Curiosity piqued.
Yeah, so this is something that Tammy Cork, our Housing and Human Services Manager, had talked with the council about before, and that a small subgroup got together to help review the contracts that came before you for approval by the end of the year. And her plan, Tammy's plan, is to fully form that group in a limited term capacity to help with the strategic plan development this year.
Other questions, comments? Okay, thank you. Community development.
Thank you. So community development, we're responsible for long-range plannings, policy development, strategy development, managing park capital projects, among other things. We just went through the recommended dockets. So on the work program, the comp plan development regs docket, those are the items that we briefly went over. Those are all highlighted in bold because council will have some involvement in those, either directly approving them or then approving them following the Planning Commission recommendation. So that is a big chunk of the work program for community development. So we are trying to hire a limited term senior planner to help with that amount of work. For policy and strategy, highlighted there, the public art policy will be brought forward to the City Council for consideration, and I'm working with Garrett Oppenheim, the assistant to the city manager, on that item. Also, I'm hopefully working on a grant strategy and ballot measure strategy for the Lake Point project with Rob. park capital projects and other projects. So the park capital projects were approved by council on the park capital improvement program. So if you have any questions about those, the first three are largely continuing the mitigation monitoring effort for compliance. We've also trying to have an RFP out there to get art on the retaining wall, and we've taken over management of the City Hall Art Gallery and Arts of Kenmore contract. Then highlighted in bold there is the Lake Point project, and that's one line which reflects a lot of things, whether that's trying to move forward with the letter of intent, purchase and sale agreement, grant applications and so forth. So I am working directly as the lead on that with the city manager. What I forgot to highlight in here also as an other project is the Imagine Housing project. So community development is responsible for city-owned property and city projects. And the Imagine Housing project is one that will be bringing forward the purchase and sale agreement in the next month or so. So working with Tammy Cork in the city manager's office on that particular project. Other work program items, emergency management, evaluating options. The NEMCO agreement was extended for 1 year. And in this year, we currently have an RFP out to hire a consultant to evaluate options for ongoing emergency management, whether that would be looking at NEMCO as a viable option or looking at other ways to provide that service. It's something that we have to do. And the hazard mitigation plan is also periodically updated, and that's something which again is on our 25 work program. Grants, we are certainly going to be looking at grant opportunities and maximizing our efforts in relation to the Lake Point project. And working with other agencies, working with ARCH, PSRC, King County, and looking at the state legislature and any new legislation that's brought forward. And also what I didn't include on this is typically things that we do anyway, which is things like keeping their website updated, records management, being part of any other internal city committees. Those are not on the list. So that is the hitting some highlights of community development. Any questions?
Any questions?
I'm sure it's maybe too soon to know, but LOI approval is marked for January. Is that still in the cards, or is that just very nebulous at this point?
It's probably been delayed, as you're probably aware that Gary Sargent, the property owner, recently passed away. So we're giving the family time to grieve, and you'll also probably have some legal issues to work through in terms of who is able to sign the LOI. So it will probably be later than January, a date to be determined.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Development Services.
Good evening. I'm Samantha Liu, Development Services Director. In the Development Services work plan, I'm going to go over the headings here, kind of the key aspects of what we do. So we're a team of 10 people. One is an open position right now that we're advertising for. And our core services include permitting inquiries and processing, plan review and inspections. So really on the regulatory end for issuing permits. And to get a good idea, we process about 950 permits per year, and we complete about 2,500 inspections every year. We also are responsible for about 60% of all the public records received by the city. So that's a big part of our core services. Code enforcement is a really important part of the work that we do also. And we received about 300 requests last year or complaints. And of those, about 55 turned into violations. Next on the list is development projects. It's broken up into private and public properties. So we have Laris Senior Housing. So it's affordable housing. 175 units at Jay's Cafe. And there on the right, as you can see, There are some estimated times that show, when we anticipate the applications coming in, and those are fluid, and this is based on what we know so far and what the developers or applicants have told us. After that, we have the approach, which is Debbie mentioned, is a project that community development is working on also, but this is more of the regulatory side, so reviewing that for compliance with the code. St. Edward's maintenance facility, there's a small new building that's on here, not because it's a big project, but because it's an important property. And then we have Inglewood Golf Club maintenance building replacement, Bend in the Road Apartments, which is 67 units, Kenmore Apartments, which I'm sure will be renamed, 63 units, Burke 38, which was previously Kenmore Urban, 38 units, and hopefully starting very soon. And we'll be in the inspections phase of that. And then 25 Degrees condominiums, they're still in phase 1. So there's lots of inspections, and building 1 is occupied now. Public projects, we're working with the school district on Inglemore High School, phase 1 campus replacement. Finishing up with Kenmore Elementary modernization project. So we're working on mostly inspections there. And then permitting for Public Works Operations Center, Muck Creek Restoration, early planning for ST3 Park and Ride TOD, and building permit for Bastyr University Clinic. So that's converting some space into a clinic. Development Services is also responsible for code amendments. And all of the code amendments that are listed in this section are state mandated, and they were also mentioned by Todd previously. On the second page is the interdepartmental coordination. So this just shows you the different projects or different departments that we're going to coordinate with on things like middle housing and trees, Lake Point, climate action, special events, affordable housing. It's important for us to work with all of the departments to make sure that there's transparency and coordination. A big part of this year is also customer service and streamlining permitting processes. Not too long ago, I was here talking about SB 5290. Well, now we're in implementation of that and tracking and reporting. And it's really important that our services are efficient and predictable, reliable, and we'll be reporting on those. And part of that is in the next section, you'll see technology is a really important piece of that. We have some challenges right now with our current software. There is money budgeted to coordinate with mybuildingpermit.com on a back-end system. And so we're hopeful that that will help us with our reporting and more efficient processing of permits. So we'll continue to work on that. And then in other program items, we have a fee study. So that was requested by council, and it looks like that will go to council at the end of the year with the results as part of our annual fee resolution update. So that you'll see that at the end of the year prior to the 2026 fee resolution. And then lastly, working with other agencies. So it's really important, Shoreline Fire, North Shore Utility District. There are a lot of other agencies that we work with to really we want to increase the communication coordination so we can provide improved customer service and a more streamlined permitting process to help reach those goals set forth by 5290. That is development services. Any questions?
Joe.
So the state must have been the applicant on the St. Edward's maintenance facility.
Correct. Yeah, they would be listed as the owner, so they would have, they would provide permission for it.
And they're asking for it though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know roughly, or can you describe briefly, if you can't, that's fine, roughly where it's proposed to be?
Yeah, I can follow up with an email and show you what we have preliminarily.
Other questions? John.
Thank you. Curiosity peaked on this public records request. 60% goes to, that's bonkers. Does the moving to the new My Building permit system, is that going to help with that? Or is that like separate enough animals that it'll just make processing them easier, but doesn't make like daylighting them for public records purposes easier.
Yeah, it doesn't make public records easier, unfortunately. We do have, as part of this work plan, there's a records management process or project that we're working on to scan the older project files that we have. Most are electronic. Well, I might not say most, but actually over half are electronic by now. And so that helps us process them, but it's just such a large quantity of requests that we receive.
Got you. And is there any path for just like bulk publishing those to say, okay, this is our online trove of permits or, records, et cetera, go nuts? Or is that like, are there reasons we might not want to do that? Would that be feasible?
So right now, we don't have the technology to do that. We have talked about it. And so what we do in lieu of that is when we know we're going to receive a lot of requests for something, we say, here are the common documents that are typically requested for this project, and we put them all online. And that cuts down on some of the records. Also having access to mybuildingpermit.com where people can just search for permits. So one of the projects is getting the code compliance cases on my building permit. So you can search for an address. We get questions like, do they have a permit? Well, you can search that online. So we're hoping that that can also cut down on records requests.
Right on. Thank you.
Other questions? Any comments? Okay, thank you. Engineering.
Kent Vaughn, Senior Civil Engineer, sitting in for John Vicente. Engineering Division of the Public Works Department consists of 7 FTE, and we'll be adding 2 new FTE for a construction inspector and a civil engineer. Engineering Division is responsible for the city's pavement management program, traffic safety and operation, transportation planning, right-of-way management, including the right-of-way permit review and inspection, municipal code updates and street standards, and the transportation capital improvement program. For pavement management, we'll be hiring a service provider to evaluate the city's roadway network, and we'll update the city's pavement rate condition ratings in 2025. And we'll also be completing a pavement seal project this summer, street locations to be determined. Traffic safety and operations will be continuing all traffic programs at existing service levels, including the traffic count program, traffic calming program, and crash data analysis. We'll also be updating the local road safety plan to identify new safety projects for future implementation based on the traffic and crash data. We'll be completing the photo enforcement installation on Simons Road for the Ingamore High School Zone by March of this year. And we'll meet with council later this spring to consider expanding the CAPE program to a new location to be determined. For transportation planning, we will be developing a micromobility, e-bike, e-scooter share city policy for council consideration in 2025. We'll also be updating the pedestrian facilities plan, AKA the sidewalk plan, to reflect recent completed sidewalk projects and to reassess the rankings. Transportation improvement plan, we will adopt the annual 6-year TIP update to add or remove planned projects. Additions will include the recent grant awards for the new ped bike projects on 155th Street from 81st to Simons and Northeast 175th Street from 68th to 73rd. The ADA transition plan with phase 2, we'll be including accessibility assessments of our city parks and our city-owned buildings. We'll also be doing interagency coordination, continue that with Sound Transit and WashDOT on the upcoming ST3 bus rapid transit implementation on 522, and we'll continue to provide support for Lake Point as needed. Right-of-way management for permit review, inspection, and coordination. There's a substantial workload year-round in right-of-way permitting with peaks in the summer months. Reliability and coverage of our right-of-way permit services should improve with the addition of the new construction inspector position. We have several planned updates for municipal code in Title 10 and 12 in 2025, so stay tuned for that. We also are going to do quite a significant update to the road standards this year for adoption. Transportation Capital Improvement Program. We have approximately 18 transportation CIP projects at various stages of completion. Most projects are in the design phase now, with construction in 2026 or beyond. We have 3 projects scheduled for construction in 2025, the 61st Sidewalk Replacement Project, the Juanita Additional Trees Project, and a pavement slurry seal project. Construction inspector will be busy this summer helping implement these projects. As you can see, with many capital projects that we have in the works, there's considerable amount of oversight from the city engineer. We'll be updating the 6-year CIP this fall to add recent grant award projects and adjust project funding as needed going into 2026. And we'll also apply for DOT funding and TIB funding to help fund our ongoing project needs. I won't go into detail on the general department activities other than to say that it takes a lot of general administration to make these projects and programs happen, and we appreciate our administrative support. So with that, we'll leave it up to some questions.
If I could just add, and thanks, Kent, I appreciate that. So engineering continues to create what I call a good problem. That is, they continue to be wildly successful in applying for sidewalk grants. And we just got notified recently that we're getting more. And that's great, but it's also a lot more work. So we've got to figure out how to fit all that in. But this latest round of sidewalk grants that we just got notified about, they are subject to state legislature approval this session, which started today, by the way. So our state lobbyist with Gordon Thomas Honeywell will be paying special attention to make sure that those most recent notifications of grants stay in the state budget. So also, if you're using the link instead of the hard copy, if you click on engineering, you'll actually see 2 tabs. You'll see the tab that you have in your hard copy, but you'll also see a second tab called capital, and that has more detail on each capital project.
Questions, conversation? Deb.
Yeah, thank you for this. One thing I really appreciate, and I think a couple of these plans have it, is showing which items will come to council. That really helps me to kind of zone in on those. I have one little question. There's one little block in very dark green. Is that just, it should be just regular green, or is that a special meaning?
I think that's maybe just a color selection.
Okay, all right. I was just curious.
I guess it would be the highest peak.
Yeah, grant writing green, exactly. It's tough. And then I did have one item, and it may or may not be on your work plan. So the ped bike route map that we had talked about, you said it was on a work plan. Is that maybe a different department, or I wasn't sure?
Yeah, it's not in the engineering.
It's not, okay.
Work plan,
Okay.
but it is in the CAPE budget. So,
Oh.
yeah, but so you would think it would be in the engineering work plan, but it's not.
So who is it under?
The city manager's office is going to take the lead, and
Okay.
we'll be having other departments help us.
Okay, any other questions? Great, thank you. Okay, Richard.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Richard Sawyer, Director of Environmental Services, and I'll be presenting the 2025 work plan for the Environmental Services Department. So the department includes 8 full-time regular staff, including myself, but many of our programs and projects that you'll see in the work plan rely on substantial interdepartmental coordination, especially in regards to compliance with our NPDES municipal stormwater permit and implementation of the climate action plan. The department also utilizes several seasonal staff and interns throughout the year. So many of the department's programs and projects that you see provided in the work plan fall into a handful of categories, which include managing the city's stormwater utility and complying with the state's NPDES municipal stormwater permit, which is a federally mandated act under the Clean Water Act. Also implementation of the city's climate action plan. The department manages construction of the surface water capital projects. We manage aquatic vegetation, and we also conduct long-range surface water management planning. Additionally, the department manages the city's asset management system, CityWorks, and the city's geographical information systems, or GIS, both of which are utilized citywide. So in the provided environmental services work plan, I've gone into quite a bit of detail on many of the individual projects and programs within these broader categories. And I identified key staff for each and tried to highlight those peak workloads, as well as those touches that we will anticipate having with council. With a lot of time I have, I can go through every single item, but I'm happy to take any questions or comments on any specific projects, programs that you see listed in the work plan. Thank you.
Valerie.
Those are, let me pull mine up just to make sure.
Councilmember Sassen, please use your microphone.
I say it again.
What's your question?
That I would like to know what the little X's indicate.
Yes. And I apologize if that wasn't indicated in the legend there, but those are, they will indicate like a firm deadline for that particular project or program. For instance, if it's an NPDES requirement, that would be when we're required to show compliance with that particular item to the state, as an example.
And the asterisk next to the tree canopy. I might have missed that in the legend if it is there. Just want to know about that.
Let me. A lot of scrolling on this work plan. That one is under climate action plan, if I recall. Oh, GIS.
Sorry, GIS.
It says NPDES S5.C.4.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. So the asterisk, in some categories that kind of everything, it falls underneath NPDES compliance. I haven't put an asterisk, but if it's in a different program, but is tied to meeting the city's NPDES climate, I put an asterisk. So that just means that that particular item is a requirement of our permit.
Any other questions? Great, thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Melinda Morel, the Director of Finance and Administration. And I have a team of 4, soon to be a team of 5, thanks to your approval of a new budget position. So that is in the works. Meanwhile, I have broken my chart into basically functional areas. So human resources and payroll takes up a good bit of our time. Doing obviously all the payroll, all the onboarding, doing some year-end reporting of W-2s and 1099s. We have participation in both the Wellness Committee and Customer Service Handbook Committee, which are relevant to HR work. And then, of course, DEIA work, which is embedded through everything we do. Then we have accounting and treasury management. Obviously, accounting and fiscal activities happen every day of every week of every year, because that's what supports everything that is happening here at the city. So that takes a lot of bandwidth, a lot of work to manage all of the activities, expenditures, revenues that are happening. And then we also do cash and investment management. We have an investment advisory committee that we participate in and lead. We have to work with the auditors oh, that's down in the next section, sorry. But internal controls and financial processes, which impacts the audit. We handle all the bank deposits and transfers, and obviously all the financial software management and administration. And of course, we have to prepare the annual report, and that is due every May. We have to close the fiscal year and work with the auditors in the financial report. And then there's some other small reporting that we do as well. Of course, every other year is a big budget year, but even when it's an off budget year, there's plenty of things to do, such as updating the 6-year financial forecast, revising service level budgeting as needed, obviously doing the budget update and adjustments that we need to make for the current year. And then implementation of the financial sustainability plan and monitoring the budget and working with staff on that. We also work with the directors and staff on the CIP updates that come to council. We prepare the property tax levy every year. And then another big body of work is information technology. And it's a big body of work with people who are not trained in information technology. Just want to remind you of that. So we do not have an IT expert on our team. So we muddle through the best we can. And I have to say, I feel we're doing a pretty good job at that. So we do a lot of work with that and trying to help not just the consultant that we work with, but also being liaison with staff and helping navigate any issues that they have that we can navigate first. And if we can't, then we refer them to our consultant. We are going to do an IT assessment to see how best to proceed with the way that our IT is set up and arranged here at the city and what the best model would be going forward. Risk management also falls under my umbrella, and making sure that we are meeting the requirements for WCIA, and that work is also shared. Jennifer and her team helps with that, as well as the clerk's office and Anastasia. So it's a group of us that kind of make sure that all those requirements are met. And then, of course, my team will support any Lake Point activities that move forward that need financial support, and the CAPE budget, which has some new revenue streams coming in. We will be closely monitoring that as well.
Questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you. Jennifer.
Hey, I'm Jennifer Gordon, the Public Works Operations Director, and I'm going to go through the 2025 Public Works Operations Department work plan. As you know, the Operations Department includes parks, streets and surface water, facility and fleet maintenance, as well as special events, volunteer and recreational programming. We are the largest department in the city, consisting of 18 regular employees and up to 10 seasonal positions every year. There is a lot that goes into implementing our work plan, so I'm not going to go into all the detail, but please feel free to ask questions at the end. Given the size and the varied responsibilities of our department, we have a significant amount of time spent on administrative work associated with personnel management, budget management, and the day-to-day management of the work itself. So I've got it divvied up kind of by division, but I'm going to go over, just touch on some highlights from each one. Starting with the Public Works Operations Center capital project will be, we are currently working on preparing our engineering permit application to submit that hopefully in February, and with the goal to get that out to bid and start working on the site improvements this summer. We'll also be working on the refinement and finalize the design of the building, of the admin building portion. We'll be working on software updates, one of them including the customer service portal on our website to improve, the updates will improve the customer experience and make it hopefully easier to use. We're also working with Richard's team on the update to City Works. And it's going to be have some significant changes. So there's going to be a lot that goes into that and training our staff. Emergency operations, I'll be assisting Debbie with the consultant to take a look at how we do our emergency operations management with the NEMCO and or not. One of the things that I didn't highlight necessarily, but it's embedded throughout the entire work plan is the service request response. So I think if you haven't seen it, we submitted the 2024 service request report with the weekly update last week. And the Public Works Operations Department takes on at least half of those service requests. What's also not reflected is a lot of the times that even if it goes to another department, the result and the solution of that service request is generally something that we might take care of or touch on. Next, we've got recreation, and just a reminder, the recreation in Kenmore is really about connecting our community with recreational opportunities. Some of the big things in recreation this coming year are the picnic shelter reservations, which will be coming back on the 27th to get that final policy adopted by you, and then followed up by fee adoption or fee amendment, the overall fee schedule. Online reservation software implementation for those facility rentals at parks and facilities. Kenmore Boathouse High School Rowing Program will be working with the parent group from North Shore School District and KCRC to help implement a sustainable high school rowing program. The recreation program guide, we're going to be updating that. So something that is both in print and in a digital version. We'll be working on swim lesson program with the North Shore YMCA and the ongoing Love Notes program by providing facilities and advertisement, social media posts. Next, I'm going to cover most of the maintenance, parks, facility, fleet, and street maintenance divisions. These divisions are all about the day-to-day operation and maintenance of our city assets. It is our mission and responsibility, whether it is city property, a building, road, right-of-way, equipment, or vehicles, to keep things safe and good working condition, clean, beautiful, and welcoming for all. Some highlights for parks. We've got our daily park openings. We've got support for all of our special events, volunteer programs, recreational programs. All of the Public Works operation crew helps support those programs. Facilities and park reservation support, tenant support with our city-owned buildings and our tenants like Diva Espresso and the USPS, Kenmore Senior Center, KCRC, KWEC, and What's Up. We provide capital project support, coordination, and the transition from the project, from all the way from like input to design to the completion and transition into maintenance. Some of the projects we're working on are the mitigation maintenance for all of the park improvements through the Walkways and Waterways program, the projects at the Tlacotis and Log Boom. There's mitigation maintenance at the West Sammamish Bridge project and the Northeast 190th Culvert project. We'll be working with King County, working with Debbie's team on the transition from the 10-year mitigation maintenance of King County's Brightwater Portal project. That's coming up here at the end of this month. So we're working with them on that. And then some minor improvements over at Twin Springs Park. Ongoing coordination with King County and WashDOT for signs, traffic markings, signal operations and maintenance, inclement weather and storm response, and emergency operations. Last, we've got the events and volunteer programs. This includes the planning and execution of city organized events and volunteer programs, as well as coordination and support for non-city special events. The bulk of this work requires significant planning and coordination efforts with many external groups, vendors, and contractors, and internally with most city departments. Most importantly, it's about bringing the fun, creating a sense of place, community, and creating opportunities for connections. That's all I have. So any questions?
Nathan?
Thank you. I noticed that the picnic shelter rental policy line item is bolded. Was there any reason for that?
We were asked to bold the items that were coming to council.
Okay, and so that's the only one out of the
I
entire
mean,
plan?
only significant one. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Other questions? Valerie?
Is there any way we can push back the taking down of the holiday lights by a week or two? They just always come down a little too early for me. It's still so dark when they come down.
We, really, that's up to you all. If, you know, I think that there's a desire to keep them up longer. If you have consensus, we can leave them up however long.
What's the current rule?
There is no current rule. Like this year, we did a significant amount of the lights ourselves. So that's new. This year, we had contracted out with that all before. So the only item that we contracted out this year was the sequoia tree, just because of the size and significance. But the others are ours and we own them and we don't have to take them down at any, specific date.
I'm not sure what to do with this.
Nathan?
I'll support Councilmember Sassen on that point.
Valerie?
I support that as well. I just on a light note, my daughter just 2 days ago said she thought we should keep those lights up all year. So around the hangar,
I've heard that from other people
so
also.
it
So.
may be something for us to consider. So they did look great this year. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of cities I've seen that keep the street trees lit up just all winter long. So yeah, that's an operational decision we can make.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks.
Police, Brandon?
That better? Okay, there I am. So this will be quick. Brandon Moen, the police chief. Vast majority of our workload, as you imagine, is related to patrol duties. 10 of our, well, currently 10 FTEs are dedicated to patrol to provide police services 24/7, 365. So that constitutes the vast majority of our workload is just responding to 911 calls and proactive policing. So obviously that's the bulk of the work that we do, as well as my role and the logistics and administration and supervision of those individuals, because I am the sole supervisor here. In addition to that, we have our one detective who also does the criminal investigations that we handle internally in conjunction with the investigations that are handled by the sheriff's office for major crimes and other unique instances. Beyond those two major workload items that we do, obviously year round, we also have a number of other items that are a little less common, but they occur throughout the year, such as the compilation of crime stats, presentations, community events, national night outs, school events, nurturing trust workshops, all those things that we do to do outreach within the community, as well as the social media management that we have taken on over the last several years. All of those kind of fall within the community outreach and school outreach efforts that we do throughout the year. A newer item that's increased here substantially is our support of the CAPE program for the engineering department. The review of the automated enforcement potential violations has obviously gone up considerably over the last few months. So that's something that we're starting to get more of a handle on in terms of the workload that's going to require. So we're working close with the engineering department to determine how to best handle that moving forward. The other specialty items that a lot of them aren't necessarily listed here are handled through the contract with the sheriff's office, as you know, marine services, as I mentioned, major crimes, major accident reconstruction, all of those things are all handled within the sheriff's office. About it. I won't drone on any more than that. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Nathan.
Thank you very much. Looking over this, I see Marine Services, they provide services to our city for half the year, roughly five months out of the year or so over the summer. I was actually curious if it would be possible to maybe invite them to come speak to us at some point, their supervisor, just about what they do, and then talk a little bit about water safety. I know that's something that they're really big on, and hear from them since they are in our city roughly half the year.
Yes, I can certainly reach out to the Marine Unit Sergeant and see if he's available to come in. Probably just need to know how much you want him to talk and how much detail he wants to give. If you want, he could probably take up an entire meeting if you really wanted to. So it's certainly just one of the special units within the sheriff's office, but I can certainly work on arranging that.
Another option is, for those of you who are interested, you could go on a boat ride with the Marine Services Sergeant and get all your questions answered out on the beautiful water. So you could either have them come in and speak to all of you, or if this is only interesting to a couple of you, you can go out on a boat ride.
That is true. I actually spoke with the Marine Sergeant a while back who opened that offer up. So if there are a handful of us who would like to go out, would be nice to know, and we can pass that along.
Okay, other questions? Great, thank you, great. I'm sorry.
Wanted to follow up on some thing that was brought up earlier, I believe by Councilmember Culver, which was the possibility of bringing civilian folks in to help with processing the CAPE. I wonder if that's still, if that is at all in play.
So I would say that's going to be a possibility down the road. What we're finding is some of our neighboring jurisdictions are in the same boat. We're all adding these same cameras, and when they've gone 24/7, the workload's gone up substantially. So some of our neighbors are continuing to rely on police officers on duty to review them as time allows. There's another jurisdiction that is hiring someone, non-commissioned, a civilian, to work within the police department that will review them, which the law now allows. But obviously it just costs more. It's another FTE. So we're trying to work through this initial surge that happens when you first turn on these cameras 24 hours a day. And I think within a few months, we'll have a better idea of exactly how much workload this is going to be. Once the surge comes down, and then we can see, do we really need to add an FTE to handle this, or can we handle it internally? What I don't want to happen is us to add an FTE just for the sake of doing it, and then find out later on, we probably could have handled it internally. So we may end up going down that road eventually.
Other questions, comments? Okay, this was great. Gives you a pretty in-depth look at the operation of your city projected out over the next year. So you guys be commended for doing that. This was great. I think we're going to try to do one more item on the agenda, which is a discussion that Rob's going to lead here in a second on sort of the retreat cadence that you have had and would desire going forward. And then I think we'll take a break after that, if we're good. Rob?
Thanks. So over the years, we've had your city council retreats, your day and a half or 2-day retreats. At different times of the year, we've experimented with different times and places. When I first got here, we were routinely having them in January with the idea of setting the goals for the following year or 2 years. That seemed a little, seemed a little difficult for staff because it would always be on the heels right after we adopted the budget, and then you have a goal setting session a month later that changes the goals that the budget was just built around. So that felt a little bit like whiplash. Last few years, we've been doing a retreat in May or June, especially in even years, for the purpose of giving us our marching orders for preparing the biennium budget. So for example, last year was an even year. That's when we prepared the 2-year budget. So you had your retreat at the end of April. And that worked really well because your goals and what you wanted to accomplish were hot off the press and fresh in our minds. And we were able to then go to work and build a budget around those goals. But it has come up, what do we do now? Do we have another retreat in April? And does that feel too soon, given everything we've just accomplished? Or should we have a retreat a little bit later in the year? I asked Ellie Gallo, our executive assistant, do some research on what our neighbors do. And you can see that memo in the packet. Just really quick, Woodinville has no regular retreats, conducts them as needed. Bothell, same thing. Shoreline has a retreat in early March. I would say that the most common is to have a retreat in the first quarter. As you can see there, Kirkland has 2 retreats, one for policy in the first quarter and the other one for budget in May. Covington has one in January, Mercer Island, first week of February, and Mill Creek, the date varies. So it does vary, but I would say the most frequent time from the cities we're looking at would be probably first quarter. There's different reasons to have retreats. One, obviously, is goal setting and telling us what your priorities are, what are the main things you want to get accomplished. That is a big reason to have a retreat. Another one is just to have kind of a let down your hair, informal discussion about policy. And as you can see, Kirkland likes to do that in the first quarter every year, have a retreat around policy. Another reason to have a retreat is working better together, team building, if you will, talking about rules of engagement and how we're going to work together, things like that. So there's various reasons to hold retreats. One idea, and this is just an idea, would be that in even years, you hold your retreat in April or May for the purposes I said earlier about having goals fresh and hot off the press so that we can prepare the biennium budget. And then odd years, you could have your retreat later in the fall, like in September, to check in mid-biennium, see how things are going, see progress on your city council goals, tweak the goals if you want, talk about how you're working together, other policy issues. So the retreat in the fall of odd years could be for a mix of reasons: policy, team building, checking on goal progress. So with that, I'll just throw that out and get any reactions or other thoughts. Again, retreats are your meeting, not mine. So you need to tell me what you would like to see.
Comments, please. Nathan.
I support having one each year. Like you said, maybe having one on the even years for the budget and then one in the following year to either tweak goals or work on team building, things like that. I still think it's important to have one each year, just in case there is something big that happens in the city or some big incident occurs and we need to be flexible and reorient our priorities. And waiting a couple of years for that, I think might be a little too long. So I certainly support having a retreat each year, even if the focus is slightly different. Another thing that I sort of took away from this memo as well that I would really like to advocate for is more frequent study sessions with each of our advisory committees and resident commissions for I think connecting with them, which I saw some of the other cities do. I think currently our relationship is very top down. We give them a docket and then they come to us with the finished work product. But I think it would be helpful for us if we were able to have a study session, an informal study session, to listen from them if there's any bottom up sort of needs or things that they're seeing and experiencing. And I think it would be helpful just to bridge that gap So maybe having a joint study session with each of the groups once a year, I think would be very helpful.
Melanie, and then Deborah.
I am definitely a proponent for annual retreats. I personally think that timing should be first quarter, January, February, preferably. I don't think having odd year fall retreats makes a lot of sense due to it being campaign time for city council seats. So I think having it timing, there's something about grounding at the beginning of the year, coming together. We could do 1 year budget year, 1 year policy, the even year budget planning direction, 2 year, kind of set a big 2 year vision with a second year, odd year, check and adjust. But yeah, as the more I think about it, it was very, as a council member and working with the changes over the past couple of years, there's something about January. It's the start of the year and we need to get grounded and moving together in one direction. And it gives a 6-month period of time or a 3-month period of time before the budget for you to work with our priorities and directions. So anyway, it is something I've given a lot of thought about. And, and regardless of the events, there's something about when someone's newly elected or re-elected, we've got to come together and look at our city and chart a course together as a new team. So I'm a proponent of first quarter annually. I like the idea of more study sessions. Something like this may be meeting the need for some form of retreat. I like that we've gathered like this, but this is more kind of like a report in, setting the agenda. We haven't been talking about vision and things like that we generally do in a retreat. So I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Deborah?
I too am strong proponent of annual. And for a couple of reasons, I don't think the odd year fall makes a lot of sense. It'd be for the reasons that Councilmember Akeen said, but also that would mean we'd have a retreat like the fall and then like 5 months later we'd have another, and I don't know how meaningful that would be. I think a regular cadence, whatever we decide, have it be every year around the same time within a couple weeks of each other. For planning purposes, I mean, some people like to take trips and just, so that that, that's a time that you absolutely positively, need to be in town. So that's a piece. I also think annual is important. If we went to, for example, every other year, I mean, that would, if you're a new council member, that means you have to kind of hold yourself until, for 2 years before you get your, one shot at getting your goals in there. I think that would be hard. It is our opportunity to express, what we individually want to put forward. And I think having that little opportunity once a year, where we do that with each other in a very transparent way and setting our goals, it does drive the budget for sure. So we need it early enough to be able to do that. But we also do budget adjustments in the odd year. They're not as significant for sure, but we have put things in that have triggered budget adjustments in those other years. So I'd be a proponent of Q1, although I did like the April. I think January is a little potentially, I mean, I understand why we used to do it in January, but I think again, for new council members, they're a little bit still deer in the headlights in January. So maybe February or March or even April, but earlier would be even better.
Other comments? Nigel and then Valerie.
Yeah, I'm still thinking through a lot of this, but I think I understand where the city manager is coming from as far as, kind of an April retreat for setting the stage for budget in in even years. And I think that's, I mean, I think that's a pretty decent system there, but I do think having a meeting like we're having today, where we're running through the work plan and, you know, giving folks an opportunity to bring up some additional policy issues in January, I think is helpful. Because I really like in January going through this as a group. I think it just gives us all a really good, clear picture of what we're facing through the year. I think one thing I might add to this is just the, and then you always email this out to us, but the meeting forecast too, just, you know, to kind of put us in that mindset of what's coming up. So I think this is a great thing to have every January and for us to walk through as a group, at a minimum in January. And then I think setting the table for budget, I think, is also important. I think I tend to agree. I think, you know, when we were doing all that in January, right after we'd done budget, it did feel kind of awkward, I thought, because we had just set direction and then we're changing direction, you know, a month later. So I would advocate for us having a meeting like this every January personally, maybe a less formal one, and then having a more formal, you know, more engaged sort of thing, maybe early Q2, to help staff get ready for budget and the rest of the year, and course correct and check in and do all that work then.
Valerie?
Thank you. I found as a new council member at the beginning of last year that we had had a significant amount of training leading up to, but that it really was beneficial to wait until April to feel like I had my feet on the ground and could actually participate with conviction and effectively in the agenda. So for me, I liked April. I would say March, end of March, early April would be great. Certainly for anyone who is a student or who is a parent, we would want to avoid the April school break for staff, you know, for us. So I would actively avoid that. And so end of March seems appropriate for that. I would recommend that we meet annually. I like the idea of even years being offsite. That's when most new and returning council members will be seated. It's uncommon for somebody to be newly seated in an even year. I would recommend that we do even years on site, that we do a half day or a full day here in Kenmore rather than put the expense of whatever else we do. So even years, we go away, we do it at end of March. Odd years, we stay here. And in the interim, I also love study sessions. I find them so beneficial. And I personally would have characterized this as a study session rather than as a retreat. So a study session having to do with the work docket in January, I would absolutely keep that. And I love the recommendation that more frequent study sessions.
Joe?
Oh, I really like Council Sasson's idea of one of the years having the retreat here.
John?
Yeah, I'll jump in. The sort of cadence with the budget and then don't change your priorities, that makes total sense. I think a couple of things that I've wondered about is setting the docket up front at the beginning of the year when we're new, right? When we're jumping in and still learning things, right? We get a little more time to set the priorities and stuff, but that one came up first. So like, I wouldn't mind, maybe it's around a retreat structure or a, you know, working group structure, a study structure, something like that, but being able to revisit that sort of periodically, I would be interested in that, I guess I would say. I completely hear well, we can't like just add brand new budget in the middle of the biennium outside of cases where we can. But, you know, for some of the things that I've been pitching, like the supermajority and the step housing, et cetera, like that doesn't need new budget stuff. That just needs time slotted to throw at it and have those discussions. So I don't know, I would be interested in other structures that give us a little more responsiveness on things because things are going to pop up. And I would like to see that. So, yeah, I will stop there.
Nathan?
I agree with Councilmember Sassen, the idea of when you're on, when you're off, keeping it consistent. And I completely agree too, that it, as new council members, it helps to have a few months under our belt before we have a retreat where we set goals. So maybe not exactly in January. So I agree with the maybe early Q2, but probably not in the fall.
Yeah, I would say end of first quarter, last 2 weeks of March. That avoids all breaks, all holidays. And it's early enough in the year that I mean, I remember I was pretty excited when I was first elected. And when you've got the fire from while you're running and running on the passion that got you to this seat, I think is important to keep connected with when we, you know, kind of set the course of the year. I think having and that's close enough to April budget, you know, I think having a fixed time rather than, hey, everybody, which weekend works? I do think this is retreat time, and to prepare around something like that would be good. I think this study session that we're doing today, we need this. This is bringing us together so that we're all looking at the same thing so we can check and adjust. I understand where Councilmember Culver's coming from about being able to have some flexibility. I don't know if it always requires a retreat, if maybe, but it's come up over the past year where some things come up and we're like, what's our process for bringing this to the table that we're all connecting? So I think we have a process for it, but I understand where Councilmember Culver was coming from there. But I personally think there is benefit to getting out of this room, and I'm amenable to annual retreats as we've been doing them. Or I think supporting the lodge at St. Edward or local businesses is something that we should do. We've had several local cities support the lodge at St. Edward, except the city of Kenmore. So if it's an 8-hour day retreat at the lodge, I think that would be a good thing for us to support. But I recognize, you know, why people would recommend staying here on site, but there is a creativity, something that takes place by getting out of our normal element. So yeah, I think that's it. But yeah, annual retreat, end of March. I think it's good. Thank you.
And Nigel?
Yeah, I think offsite is always helpful. I think there's studies that show that just not being out of your normal element changes how you approach things and opens us up to new things and is good. It shakes things up a little bit. I do think part of that though is frankly being offsite. I think it's not worrying about what you're making for dinner or, you know, does the kid have homework they need to help her with when you get home, that sort of thing too. I appreciate that other cities have helped out the lodge. I think the lodge is great. I looked at a quote from the lodge a couple of years back, and even without us spending overnights, it was going to be extremely expensive. And I couldn't justify the expense personally for just, you know, a room and some catering personally. So I get more value, I feel, of being out of town personally, but I'm open to whatever the body wants to do.
Any other discussion or comments? Yes, please.
Yeah, if I can make an attempt to synthesize what I've heard. So I think I've heard a majority of you say you'd like to have it end of March, maybe if you blend that with early second quarter, but I'm hearing end of March. And that would be every year. And I didn't get a strong message on on-site, off-site. I think I heard 2 or 3 of you say on-site in odd years, offsite, and even years. Three of you, yeah. So I didn't hear a strong majority on that. Before maybe we can talk about whether it's onsite or offsite in a second, but what I'm recommending is that you go with, end of March. And then in even years, it's a strong budget retreat. And then in odd years, it's a budget check-in, a goals check-in, team building, policy check-in. Thoughts, reactions to that before we talk about whether it's onsite, offsite?
Deborah?
Are you saying goal setting would be each time? I think
Well,
that to me is the fundamental piece that we do. So would that would be each time?
What I'm recommending is that because we set a biennium budget, you should set 2-year goals to coincide with your biennium budget.
That's the piece that I'm not comfortable with.
Right, and then,
but yeah,
but that doesn't preclude you from tweaking your goals the following retreat, but the emphasis wouldn't be as centered around goal setting in odd years. You could, again.
I mean, I'd be curious what other people, I am definitely not a proponent of that. This was the first year that, in fact, I didn't even notice that we made 2-year goals at this last retreat because we'd never done that in my 6 years before that. So again, I feel like for us, it's the major piece. I mean, that's my perspective, and I'd be just curious what other people feel like that's the most important outgrowth of the retreat.
Melanie and then Valerie.
And Councilmember Schrecknick, I hear where you're coming from. I think what I also heard and what I'm leaning towards myself would be similar to how our city manager presented it. First, so this would be, I can't remember what year we're on right now, but every other year, there's budget setting year, which was last year. And then there's non-budget year, which is this year. Every year we have to have the door open to check and adjust our goals. But for us to have our top 2 goals flip back and forth, I don't know. I don't know how much of a benefit it is, except I like winning. I'm joking, but I like to see environment number 1. So, I love seeing it when it gets there. So, but I do think that we do need to be in alignment. Are these still our top goals? So I think going through that process does have benefit, but yeah, I'm actually more flexible on that. I might be closer to you there. Yeah.
I should have had an addendum. I brought up the cap in an, I guess it would have been, so is the even year the one that we would have the major discussion? Okay, because that would be right after new people are installed. So I guess that could work. I was thinking it got brought up in an odd year, but it was an even year. So I don't know. It just feels like that's a somewhat arbitrary distinction, but my example didn't work. So never mind.
Well, just to tag in, I do think being able to talk about the goals at every retreat and have the ability to adjust them is incredibly important. They may come out exactly the same, but every year I've been on, I think we've had it's flipped back and forth 1 and 2, and then some of the bottom tier goals have gotten accomplished. Things fall off. We have maybe complete walkways and waterways or something, and so it's time to change that. But anyway, I don't want to talk too much about it. I'm open is what I want to say, but.
Okay, Valerie, then Nigel.
Just for clarity on the even years, what lines up is the new council is seated and it's a budget setting year. So that's what the meeting that I'm strongly advocating for goals and offsite, just line those things up. And then I have a point of question because that's my only experience thus far. So previously, if you review goals on a non-budget year, on an odd year, what's the impact of that? How did that work?
If it's dramatic enough, it can cause us to rework the budget mid-biennium.
Nigel and Melanie.
Yeah, I think I've always enjoyed going through the priority process with my colleagues on a regular basis, on a yearly basis. I think it's a good check-in, and it should hopefully give staff time. If we need, if something pops up and we need to make a mid-biennial budget, if we're still doing it the April before the supplemental budget would be done, that still gives staff plenty of time to make those changes for the following, I guess, odd year, following even year. But I think it's an important exercise for us all checking and make sure that we're still where we were on things and that things haven't shifted, because things do change and it's worth at least having that pulse check.
Melanie?
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that I do think offsite is very important. There's team building, there's a different element that I think is very important where we get time to feel into our work as council members and staff. That's very important. We actually did have on-site retreats, plural, or was it just one? Yeah, and there's a difference. There's just a notable difference. Nigel, I mean, I don't know if it's feeding the cats at home or what, but there's a difference. And so the escape and focused responsibility to our community while we are on the retreat is very important.
Okay. Deborah and then Rob.
Yeah, I concur. I think it's that 100% focus that you get when you're not in your normal environment. I mean, you really can not only focus on the community, but focus on each other, the work before you. I understand the concern. If the concern is, it does cost money. I get that. We try to be as prudent as we can. But I don't know. I feel like the value is there. So that would be where I would lean.
Okay, Rob?
Okay, so I'm going to try to summarize this one more time. So again, really good evolution of thought here. So I'm hearing end of March with goal setting as a prominent, as the main thing for each budget, or I mean for each retreat in March. Within even years though, the focus would be on the upcoming biennium budget. So did I capture that? So goal setting end of March every year, with even years being budget as the main emphasis. All right, and can we just do thumbs up on and thumbs down on offsite versus onsite? Oh, yeah,
Joe.
Yeah, on that, and thank you for bringing up the rub. It is important. Yeah, for the side of some gesture towards fiscal responsibility and self-discipline, which I know that every member of this council has. I know that we've got I've seen us, every one of us, focus absolutely when we have to, and I think it can be absolutely done. I think it's important to try to get some gesture towards fiscal responsibility, even at the new gubernatorial level. We see a new proposal, a new wind coming in terms of budgets that must be at some gesture towards fiscal responsibility. We might take some heart from that. So I'd support every other year being on site, and wonder what Councilmember Culver thinks.
Valerie?
I think I just need also to clarify the difference, off-site meaning an overnight and on-site meaning. Because to me, on-site means a day. We could do a day and it doesn't have to be in this room. So that's an off-site on-site. Like I'm not sure what the second option is. The off-site I'm clear about. We did that. It was great. But what do we mean by the alternative?
Nathan?
I had a similar question, just thinking, I mean, if we consider on-site local enough to where it's a day or something. It doesn't have to be at the lodge. It could be, for instance, the Kenmore Community Club, which I think the rates are probably a little bit lower, where it's not in this room, but it's a little bit of change of environment, but it's still, you know, fiscally responsible and versus, say, going overnight, which I think there's benefit to in a budget year.
Okay, Melanie?
I think one thing that has been a focus of the offsite retreats has been going to cities that have high quality urban design, walkable design, and things for us to get an environment to be inspired for what we can do here where we are in the process of building. So there is actually a benefit to being in the space and witnessing things. We talked about a boardwalk after being at Paulsbo or La Conner. You know, there are things that happen when you actually get out of space that do have a benefit. So there is actually a benefit there. If you want to drive an hour for the meet, you know, I mean, I think there may be some happy medium that we could get to. I recognize every other, you know, the expense, and I recognize the importance of fiscal responsibility, but there are tangible things that we do get out of the expense that maybe aren't, you know, easy to write down on paper. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up.
John?
I don't feel super strongly about here versus elsewhere, but it does come up in pushback, as Councilmember Marshall's alluding to. What does that cost? Like, for example, the Leavenworth, like what are we looking at for price tag?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it's north of $10,000.
I guess I'd be interested to explore if there's other good local places that maybe aren't here. Like maybe that's I feel I'll take a strong stand on that front. Like probably not City Hall. I like the idea of getting away a bit. Maybe not the lodge, but love you, lodge. That's all I got.
Hey, Valerie?
Again, I think it would be useful to me to say a 2-day. Are we saying we want a 2-day or a day and a half every year? Or could we propose that we want a 2-day on the even years, a one long full day on the odd years? And that would give us more flexibility in terms of what we do. I don't know how important it is to people to. For me personally, I think that a 2-day on the even years and a 1-day on the odd years would be sufficient. And then that one day, we could go someplace that's not here, but we wouldn't be paying a hotel.
Okay, other discussion? Nathan?
No discussion, just agreement.
Just agreement.
Yeah.
Okay, agreement.
I just had a little thing, which would be not going overnight makes the lodge a lot more affordable that way too for a day retreat. But yeah, I think it makes sense. One overnight and one day retreat makes sense. Thanks.
Rob?
Yeah, I think I have direction. So in odd years, 1 day locally, and in even years, overnight offsite.
Should we plan that for, I mean, this is an odd year coming up. Are we saying we're going to do one?
Yes.
So you know, it's coming up in 2 months.
Yeah, and I think most of you, if I'm not mistaken, most of you have, you know, day jobs. So like the one coming up at the end of March this year, do you want to do it on a Saturday?
I've got a birthday at the end of March, so wouldn't be my number one choice for birthday, but maybe early April.
I would second that as well on the staffing side, city manager. Staff are available the first weekend in April.
Is that a proposal here? First week in April?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can someone just check spring break just to make sure that that's not spring break?
It's not spring break.
So can we come up with a specific date? What is that exact day, that first weekend in April?
I think it's April 5th, if we're looking at Saturday.
Yeah, if we're looking at Saturday, it's April 5th. And by staff, Rob, I was referring to the clerks who would need to assist. I can't speak on behalf of the directors.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the calendar because historically it seems like, okay, maybe so spring break is the 13th to the 19th of April rather than the 6th to the 12th.
North Shore has it the 7th through the 11th.
Yeah, so the 5th is actually a spring break weekend.
Oh,
Just highlighting that. And I too have a holiday, a birthday. I mean, I will accommodate around that, but that's a weekend that's a tough weekend for me in general. Like what about the 22nd versus the 29th? Would either of those work for you, Councilmember Culver?
26th is Tuesday.
Of March. I do think end of March is much, much better than April, just looking at breaks and vacations and things.
22nd is good by me. I might also move for a doodle poll. If this,
Yeah,
if this
I think we
goes
can
on.
kick this over to staff to follow up through email.
okay, can do.
But I think what I'm hearing is one day on a Saturday, probably.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll follow up on the exact date. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, let's take a bit of a break and we'll come back and finish up. 10 minutes.
This is actually and nice, my son's very
Cheers. Okay, are we ready to start in again? So on the agenda are a number of items that various council members have nominated for discussion tonight, and they're just listed here. I think we'll just go in order. I think these are general discussion items that you wanted to consider together this evening. So we'll just start in and start with Melanie. You have a couple items that have been listed on there. Positioning Kenmore for the World Cup and Town Hall.
Yeah, and I think, so just calling general awareness to council that FIFA World Cup is going to be here in June of 2026. United States will actually be located, playing from home will be here in Seattle. So that's really a big deal. We expect about 750,000 tourists to the Seattle area, metropolitan area in that 6-week period of time. I had the opportunity to attend the Sound Cities Association event in December on behalf of Mayor Herbig and got to hear the presentation about FIFA. It's a great opportunity. Staff's already on it. They've already been looking at what other cities are doing. Part of it was, I shared it with Rob to make sure that staff's seeing the opportunity and vision that we can have here. The goal for the World Cup Seattle team is kind of like the World Fair. The World Fair put Seattle on the map. It was about the future, and it charted a future for Seattle. There's some energy from the current CEO of the FIFA organization for that to happen again here. And all of the cities in the region are working. So for us to be able to have, special events, partnerships with Kenmore Air, the lodge, places for, I've forgotten the term, like turf for, soccer matches and that things, but viewing places, getting our businesses involved. Maybe I had an idea of international food trucks, themed to who's playing. I don't know, but staff's on it. So I'm really excited. But I want to make sure council knew what a great opportunity this is. We might be able to get some funding in to help us with some of our downtown planning. Might be able to have some events like a concert or a field down at Lake Point as a opportunity to drive, to bring people to Kenmore. So at St. Edward Park, there's so many things. So I'm not here to give ideas, just I got excited, want to make sure we all recognize the benefit of the World Cup being here in Seattle. May I just go on to next, because I didn't really want to get.
Well, let's see if there's any
conversation.
comment or
Yeah.
discussion on this one before we move along. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And so that was that. And then we haven't had a town hall for, I don't know, has it been 9 months or a year or more? I think we're due, and a general town hall, like maybe the last one we had, I think would be really good for us to get on the calendar. And maybe we should have annual town halls if it's not that biannual. So, or every 6 months. So just want to call attention to, it's time for us as a council to open up and have some connection with our community. I know we really enjoy it. I know it's a lot of work for staff, but I also know how beneficial it is for our community and for us to have that engagement. So that's.
Any discussion on that? Deborah?
Totally concur, and I appreciate the citizen that reminded us of that as well. And that's another thing that I would just love to get on a regular cadence. I would love to have it be semi-annual, twice a year. Maybe even one of them being before we come up with our ledge agenda. I don't know. I mean, just spring, fall kind of thing. I don't know, something like that.
Nathan?
I completely agree with the semi-annual. a regular cadence to that. I would even love to maybe see a little bit of change in venue too, or at least time, maybe one at a normal council meeting time, but maybe one, we find a time to meet outside of this time to make it easier for community members who can't make the normal council meeting times, if that's on a Saturday or Sunday or something like that. That way it's more accessible to more community members.
Anyone else? Nigel?
Yeah, I agree with what everybody said. I think having something that we know is happening every X number of months on a regular basis would be great for us and for the public. And yeah, I think actually looking at other venues, like, having one down at, Inglemoor High School or Arrowhead or up at the middle school or something like that, like we did with Love Where You Live, I think was really useful and brought out folks that wouldn't normally be there. And I think doing one on a Saturday is a great idea also, just because a lot of folks are not available Monday evenings.
Okay. Any other comments on this one? Rob?
One thing I'd like to get your thoughts on is the format. So the last one was by topic. There were different tables by topic, and it was really well attended. And because of that, there were some logistical problems. One of them was just the noise. I talked to a couple of folks that just said, sorry, I can't hear, I'm out, I'm working to leave. Because they were trying to hear what people at their table were saying, but the room was so noisy. So one way to remedy to that is just to try to spread out even more, maybe even put a table in the lobby or in this little room here off to the side. So that is a format where you have tables by topic and people can rotate to different tables, and so can council members. I think we had you all shift, didn't we? Yeah. So that's one format. Another format I've seen is where it's more Donahue audience style, like Phil Donahue. You remember how we'd go with the mic into the audience? And so the very first one I saw here in Kenmore, I wasn't even the city manager yet. And you guys were having the city council at the time was having a town hall regarding the town center project. And the room was full and all 7 council members were standing up front. And I think they shared a couple of mics, so they were handing mics back and forth. But the city council, it was a turning point in the town center project. The developer had just parted ways with the city. And so it was kind of an important meeting. And the city council heard people, responded to them, talked about what we wanted to do moving forward. So there's that format too, where you have an audience and you have the city council up front, hearing questions, hearing comments, responding. So it's still two-way. Some people, once they get a mic, they don't want to let go of it. So like if you saw Phil Donahue, he would never let go of the mic. So he would, okay, what do you have to say? Okay, all right. So I could be your Phil Donahue if you wanted me to. So I just want you to be thinking about a couple different formats and give me direction on what you would prefer.
Nigel?
I mean, I really like the small table kind of setup because it allowed people to really speak with department heads directly and have more of a conversation rather than, the Q&As can get a little, I don't want to say oppositional, but it feels like you have us and then you have them. And I really think that having folks around smaller tables talking about specific topics that they want to talk about was much more conversational. And I think that was more productive. And, if that means we put up this wall and we have a couple over there and a couple over here and one over there and one out there, or we go to a bigger space, like a big gym in one of the, at the high school or the middle school or something like that and spread things out, I think that's good. But I really like kind of the small, because it really let people, you have people that may show up for something and they only are concerned about one topic and they don't want to hear about everybody's questions around other things, right? And that way they're able to come in and sit down and talk with our development, like say they want to talk to the traffic engineer about CAPE or something, they can really get that nailed down and then they can get their questions answered and get out rather than having to, be in front of people. Plus, frankly, having to ask your questions in front of a lot of people is intimidating for some folks that maybe they just don't like to do that sort of thing, but they might be more willing to speak around a table with 10 or 12 people around it. So I thought the last one was really successful. So, you know, I'd like to see us tweak and innovate on that personally.
Okay, any other, Melanie?
I'm good with either format. One thing with the circle form or the table format that I thought was really nice. I would almost recommend more miscellaneous tables, more room for free form conversation. I do think having topics that match with staff is helpful, but I noticed the miscellaneous table was the hot table at the, you know, I wanted to be sitting there, you know, so, and then they ended up talking about everything I wanted to. So, but that's just, I just think a little bit of free form in those circle tables might be interesting too, or just something to give consideration to. There is, I think, a time and a place for the Phil Donahue style. I think that there may be some desire from community for that, and there may be opportunities where we could have a town hall in that framework, but maybe start again with the tables which we're comfortable with, and we know that our community appreciated. So,
Okay, Nathan?
Yeah, I think there's a time and place, like you were saying, for each one. For a general town hall, maybe it is good to have the different tables, but if there is something like the city center where it's a hyper-focused topic, that might be the Phil Donahue style where everyone's coming just for that one topic.
Any other comment, Melanie?
I forgot, one of the reasons for the broad town hall with, you know, the Phil Donahue style, and it is a little bit harder, right? We might be, have more, it's a different format. It's more formal, I think is the word that I'm looking for. But for a community to hear what other community members here talk about in that sort of a format is healthy too. But you can get it at the tables, but there is something about a town hall format. We've all watched them on TV or, you know, yeah. So I do have a little bit of apparently I do like that Phil Donahue setup, but I also recognize the benefit of the tables. And if we start with the tables and get something going sooner, I think that's the way to go.
Nigel?
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing as Councilmember Lutzis was saying. I think when you have, and what, you know, our city manager was talking about was there was one big issue that everybody was talking about. And, you know, if we're doing that sort of thing, then yeah, I think a bigger, you know, a Phil Donahue format, although that is an awfully dated reference there, Rob. But you know, I think that works better if we're talking about like one big thing. Like if we were to, you know, get to a place in Lake Point where we need to have a big meeting, you know, to talk about that, then I think that'd be a great opportunity for that sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay, anything else on town halls? John?
I liked the table format. I have heard a decent bit of feedback in wanting the more Donahue style. So I don't know that mixing two in one event could work just with like moving people around, but I would be curious to see it. Kind of elaborating on the problem. I mean, the public comment is it's you know, it's one directional. We sit and we listen, and that is the point, and that's great. But I think a lot of times those questions don't always necessarily get addressed, or, you know, some might want to dig into that more. So a lot of parameters are on the format. I just wanted to plus one. I'd be curious to see what we can make work with the Phil Donahue too.
Okay, anything else? Deborah?
I really liked that table format. I thought it was great and people felt comfortable and all of that. I do remember we talked about the issue of, you know, public comment being one direction and our knowing that it had to be, but is there a middle ground? I remember us talking about if there were things that we kind of knew. I mean, you've done that a bit. You know, we kind of know the answer, or we know to ask Rob to, you know, can you speak to this or something like that, and trying to, you know, do that as much as we can to address things in the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, we have, there's something in our council rules about that being something where you can't remember the exact wording, but there was you know, the mayor can give direction to staff to follow up, or you could get quick little kind of like what I did today, I think, just as much as possible. And I'm trying to get better with that, so.
Okay, anything else on town hall? Rob?
So we'll, I'll work with staff to come up with some dates for your next town hall and actually town halls. So we'll try to get on a regular cadence of spring, fall. Does that sound good? Okay, and we'll get it on the city calendar and all that stuff, so.
Okay, great. Let's move on. Valerie, you have a series of things that are next on there. The first one being Sanctuary City. Would you like to lead us off on that, please?
Yeah, I would. I have some anxiety having to do with our incoming administration and the effect on our population and some of our residents. And so I would like to have a conversation about whether we as a city would like to do either or. Would we like to declare ourselves a sanctuary city? Which essentially, you know, Wikipedia, sanctuary city is a municipality that limits or denies its cooperation with the national government in enforcing immigration law. The local government and police in a sanctuary city protect undocumented immigrants and refugees from deportation by federal authorities. I looked to see if Kenmore had ever done anything like that. And in my conversation with our city manager, he said, you know, we did pass a resolution in 2017, which if you click the link down at the bottom below Councilmember Strebnick, you can see what that resolution was. Essentially, it's a resolution reaffirming the city of Kenmore as a safe, inclusive, and welcoming city for all people, signed by Mayor Baker in March of 2017. And I'm wondering if there's any interest in either becoming a sanctuary city and or reaffirming this resolution.
Nigel.
Yeah, I think part of the reason, and my memory's a little fuzzy on this, I think part of the reason why we didn't go so far as using the word sanctuary city was because of policies already in place with the King County Sheriff's Office. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but I believe that the county has some language that they follow that was generally in line with what we were asking for. And so, plus just given the, let's say, the aggressiveness, no, the sensitivity of the administration to certain words, you know, we wanted to show our support, knowing that there already were policies in place with our police force, and but without using those specific words because of the ire that it could potentially draw.
Is it the lightning rod possibility of it?
Right. Right. In the middle of a lightning storm, sometimes you don't want to stick up your umbrella, you know. But we did want folks to know that we, you know, were supportive and inclusive and did want to make sure that people felt safe in Kenmore. So I think that was kind of where we landed on that. I'm not opposed to reaffirming what we already have in place for sure. So.
Any other comments or questions on this? Joe.
I like the resolution at the very least.
Okay, anything else on this? So I'm hearing reaffirm, Rob saying that, and Valerie.
Yeah, I'd like to propose that we reaffirm this resolution.
I think you've got consensus for that.
Second issue has come up a couple of times in terms of our fantastic new bike lane, the progress on our bike lanes. I just want to make sure that given that we will be implementing new candlesticks where the old candlesticks have been vandalized, that we have the capacity to keep the bike lanes safe with a sweeper. And I don't think we have provision for that yet. And so I wanted to introduce that as unfortunate budget item. I think we're going to need a bike lane sweeper, and I'm wrong, but that's about.
Okay, good. Nigel.
It looks like Jennifer was about to say something. I'd be curious.
Well, I was just going to say that with what we have, our regular size sweeper, we have to go in there by hand and basically blow it out into the street so that the street sweeper can pick it up. Rob and I discussed it as far as looking at potentially purchasing a bike lane sweeper with Cape funds. If that ends up, if there is enough surplus of funds to be able to do that.
Nigel, then Melanie, then Rob.
Yeah, and the other question that I had related to this was we'd been talking about redoing the sort of candlesticks we're using to make them more easily replaceable. If we were to change over to something that's more easily removable, would we then be able just to pop those out, run the street sweeper and pop them back in? And would that be easier than having a dedicated bike lane sweeper?
Easier, I'm not really sure if that's, the problem is somebody actually has to go and remove each one by its, individually and then replace it. So it's just, it's more labor intensive to do that. But we are definitely looking at different types so that if they are damaged, we can actually just pop it off and then replace it, but the base stays. So hopefully the base is rugged enough to be able to take on being driven over, being taken abuse, etc. So I think it's just kind of a combination of different efforts on keeping it clean.
I think, at least for me, the thing that matters is just that it's clear and that folks can bike through it safely without hitting a bunch of wet leaves and or other debris that are in the way, regardless of how we actually take care of it. As long, I think it'd just be good to hear from staff, like what the easiest way to go about that. And then if we can figure out how to fund that, if there's things we need to do to fund that. But I just think we need to make sure that those lanes that we've invested so much in are clear and safe for folks to use.
Yeah, so if you just think as far as if we were just gonna use the regular street sweeper, you're just thinking of the manual labor that you have to go out every time to plan out removing them, and maybe it's a different person that's actually going out there removing them or versus the person that's gonna get in the street sweeper. I mean, I would think that we would plan it out so that somebody goes out there, removes them. Meanwhile, sweepers coming in, and then as it goes by, then got somebody else replace them. So you have some kind of efficient way to do it. But it is a labor intensive thing, and that's what we'll have to do. That, or like I said, manually blow out the leaves from the lane to get it with the street sweeper that we have. So I think regardless, it's going to be a little bit labor intensive, and then if we figure out something different that we can make it more efficient, great.
Okay, Melanie, then Valerie.
I think what I was going to bring up was already spoken to. Thank you.
I'm calculating how many times I need to go 33 miles an hour to finance
pay
the
for
street sweeper. Come on, everybody, let's just get in there. So can we revisit once we have CAPE funds and are looking to allocate? Can that be on an agenda?
Yeah, so if I can also offer some thoughts. So I think the number of candlesticks we have now do not justify the expense of a bike lane street sweeper. Our engineering department does plan on adding more of these candlesticks because they are effective in keeping cars out of the bike lane, but also they are effective in calming traffic, believe it or not, because they make the lane feel narrower and put drivers in system 2 thinking. Sorry, system 2 thinking. You guys have heard me talk about system 1 versus system 2 thinking. And so candlesticks do have a traffic calming effect. And so the plan is to put in more candlesticks, especially in areas where we're not seeing our engineering work reduce speeds as much as we had hoped. One example is Juanita Drive. We are seeing slower speeds on Juanita Drive, but not as slow as we wanted. So they are a prime candidate for candlesticks. And so once we get a lot more candlesticks, then yes, we are going to need to have a bike lane sweeper. And our hope is that the Cape revenue comes in better than we budgeted. And if it does, we'll be coming back to you with a proposal to buy a bike lane sweeper. We also need to do research on the best bike lane sweeper. You can spend a couple $1,000 and drag one behind your bike. And all the way to the most expensive one, fully electric, is $250,000. And then there's everything in between. So I don't think we need a bike lane sweeper now, given the small number of candlesticks we have, but as they proliferate, then we're going to need one. One other thing is the new candlesticks are on order. They're coming, right? They're on their way?
My understanding.
All right. But they're going to be different this time. They're going to be a little bit shorter, and they're going to be more able to pop back up and pop out in and out. And the way those pop in and out is you have to, it's 1 or 2 pins. You take 2 pins, pop them out, and then you twist it and pop it out. So pop outable and spring backable and shorter.
Jennifer.
What I was going to add also is that while it is labor intensive, the removable candlesticks are much more flexible option compared to having a C curb in there. So, we've got the curbs on 73rd and those get hit routinely and moved out of place and whatever. So replacing C curb is much more time intensive and labor intensive than the candlestick. So I'm behind the candlesticks much more than I am behind the C curb.
Rob, with one more thought.
One more thought. I just love, they're actually called vertical delineators, by the way. But my pet peeve with candlesticks is after just a few months, they look nasty. They just look awful. And so if aesthetics is important to you, which, it is to me, I think we need to have a nice looking street. We also need to budget for replacing those candlesticks, I would argue annually.
If not more.
If not more. So that's another thing to consider. They just look so ugly after a few months.
I would just.
Melanie and then John.
If we have to, if we're doing them, I think replacing them regularly is incredibly important. Erring on the lower side too is important. I think the ones that we have right now for the scale, because I compared to driving in bigger cities and the spacing and cadence of the candlesticks, I think the scale of ours seem really big and dense for the areas that we've placed them. So anyway, I know there's safety, but they do become unsightly very, very quickly. And so anything we can do to keep Kenmore beautiful, that's all I'm saying here. Thank you.
John.
And promote safety, of course, without causing a safety hazard with not being able to sweep, safety hazard causing a safety hazard, and so I know we've got the right people on the job. Thank you.
I'm all for it. And also just want to say community engagement opportunity, soliciting names for the bike sweeper when that day comes. Bodie McBoatface. All right. So everybody start putting on your thinking caps. Get ready for that. It's going to be fierce competition, I'm sure.
Okay. Valerie, would you tell us about the
You bet.
recyclable?
This next point is moot because I, subsequent to submitting this item, I became privy to the information that everyone else already had, which is that polystyrene foam, most forms of packaging for takeout food, those styrofoam clamshells, were already banned in Washington on June 1st of 2024. And so, so I did not know that. That was initiated, passed in 2021. So in 2023, there was a ban on packing peanuts, followed by the ban on polystyrene clamshells in 2024. So that point, in my mind, is moot unless anyone else wants to initiate further restrictions in Kenmore, which I am not advocating for myself at this time.
Any comment on this, Rob?
I did not know that. I feel like I should have known that. So thank you. I do know of a restaurant or two in Kenmore that is still doing styrofoam. So
Finable offense, so they need to have a little notice.
Yeah.
Okay, stipend for the planning commission?
And then lastly, this was just a point of inquiry. I'm not making a proposal. I feel like I would like to know if there is precedent for other local municipalities of our size providing a stipend for the planning commission. That's a point of.
Any information on that?
if council wants to direct us, we can do some research.
For it.
I'm up. 4, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. There's 4 or 5.
Honestly, they just really work hard. So I'm curious to find what we'd find out.
Okay, let's move on now. Nathan, you had some items starting with noise, reckless driving.
It's kind of a catch-all because I've been fielding a number of complaints from some residents. Some have to do with vehicle noise in residential areas, especially in our designated quiet hours within our city code. Just as sort of a little anecdote, there was an incident in my neighborhood that woke up households in which somebody was doing donuts and burnouts at 3 a.m. in a residential part. The tire marks are still there, so it wasn't very nice. But also in addition to that, I've fielded some complaints of specifically some dangerous driving behavior from the bridge all the way along Juanita Drive and Simons Road from a number of folks. And then also, as sort of a catch-all of just noises in general, I always see this thing pop up whenever there's one of those mystery booms. Something always comes up on Kenmore Neighbors. Did you hear that? What was that? I just didn't know. So I was kind of curious. But just in the general vicinity of noise, if other council members are also sort of fielding similar complaints, maybe an emphasis or something like that, or exploring other opportunities. I believe that we've heard Kirkland might have been piloting some sort of automated noise enforcement mechanism or something like that. But I just wanted to bring it to folks' attention since I was hearing from community members about that.
Hey, Deborah?
Yeah, I've heard that for years as well. And on the north side, it's 61st. And I'd be curious what Chief Mullen has to say, if anything, about those. And yeah, and Kirkland is, I don't know exactly where they are with their pilot of that, but it'd be worth maybe checking in to their status.
Nigel?
I mean, I'm not sure it's just 61st. I hear people up and down 68th also. So it's kind of, and I've actually gotten complaints from somebody I know who lives across the street, Spencer 68, about people doing like right by City Hall repeatedly.
Brandon?
Ready for me? Okay. Or where do I start? So noise in general. So first thing, I'll address the Kirkland pilot project because I'm well aware of that. I'll preface this with the same people that email you, email me. So I hear all the same complaints. In particular, the issue related to vehicle noise, mufflers, the automated enforcement pilot project in Kirkland. They are still working on that. It is a very, I'm gonna say groundbreaking, but at least new for this area on the West Coast to attempt to enforce noise laws through essentially cameras. And there's lots of issues that go along with that. So there was a pilot project that was allowed by the state to at least see if we could get the technology to work. There are other cities on the East Coast that I know of that are using it, at least not necessarily writing tickets, but at least testing it. But it's still very much in the developmental stages. It's a long ways out. I wouldn't count on using it here anytime in the foreseeable future. That said, there are some laws that are on the books that we do enforce related to mufflers, because it is illegal to modify your exhaust and drive around and create a bunch of noise. Unfortunately, people do it anyway. You just cannot modify it to make it louder beyond how it came out of the factory, essentially how the laws are written. So requires the officer to make a judgment call as to whether this 1989 Honda Accord, what is a stock 1989 Honda Accord supposed to sound like? Well, if we can hear it 3 blocks away, it's been modified. We can know that, but there's some judgment that has to be used, discretion used by the officers when enforcing those laws. So we do run into that quite a bit. But the one particular person that has been talking and emailing you, I'm sure, has been talking to me as well. And we actually both attended a online webinar on this topic, and specifically the automated enforcement program that's done on the East Coast. So something that we're working on and looking at. In terms of speeding, yes, I get the same complaints. All the roadways, we address it as best we can with the resources we have. Certainly, we are not getting those speeding complaints 73rd and Juanita at the top of the hill currently, as you can guess why. The complaints come later when they get something in the mail. So we continue to use, again, our resources we have to try to address those individual complaints as they come up, oftentimes in neighborhoods. Sometimes it's arterial roadways like 61st, Simons, whatnot, but other times it's just a random car in a residential neighborhood on a little street that just commonly speeds. So we try to address those kind of very acute situations as well.
Okay, any more discussion on this? Okay, next one, Nathan.
Yeah, this is following up on the little brief presentation I made at our retreat back in April. Initially, I'd proposed a youth advisory council or something of that nature, and receiving staff feedback that would be a pretty hefty capacity item. Thinking about how to rework that so that it wouldn't add more onto the plate of city staff while still allowing younger folks in our community to get civically engaged, involved, and have their voices heard. And so I've been looking at youth representation on advisory committees and councils at the municipal level. And actually, it's fairly common. Auburn has, well, in terms of designated seats or reserved seats on committees or commissions, it's very common to have 1 or 2 seats reserved for a younger member of the community. And it's actually more common than I had thought. In terms of just commissions and committees alone, not other youth councils, which broadens the number of cities. Those include Auburn, Centralia, Clark County, Edmonds, Kirkland, Lacey, Redmond, Renton, Snohomish, Spokane County, et cetera, and so forth. And so I think I would like to advocate for potentially exploring the option of reserving one of the seats on each of our committees and commissions for a younger member of the community. I think there's a lot of benefit to that. Personally speaking, as somebody who benefited from being able to get civically engaged, give back to the community, and find my own passion for giving back in public service, I think there's a benefit there, as well as hearing from younger folks, especially when it comes to planning for the future and including their voices. But I'd like to hear what others think.
Okay, Valerie, and
Yeah, I like the idea. I'm curious, what is youth or what is younger representation?
It varies from city to city, so that's something that could be defined. I've seen it range from 16 to 25, and it's kind of modified in there. Sometimes it just designates somebody who's nominated by the principal of the local high school, or somebody who's appointed by the council. And so I think we have a little bit of flexibility there. I personally appreciate the idea of that older teen, younger adult range for folks in our community to allow them to participate, especially in partnering with, say, Inglemoor High School.
Yeah, yeah, like that's, I like the 16 to 25. You know, I've crossed an age now where I'm like, oh gosh, what is, there are ages that are young that I didn't think were young when I was that age. So, yeah, I support us exploring this in some way, shape or form.
Okay, Valerie, Deborah, Nigel.
Yeah, I agree. You also have my support with this. I think it's fantastic. And I would propose 16 to 24.
Deborah.
I'm totally in support. I don't have a strong feeling about the age range. I would want us to think about, could we be flexible, for example, with planning commission on the length of the term? Just because I think it might be hard for teens to commit to 3 years.
Yeah, no,
So-
that's true. And that's
Okay.
something that I've seen elsewhere on a lot of these are their modified terms, which may be 1 or 2 years. And so we can certainly explore that.
Nigel?
Yeah, I think it's great if we can find, folks to apply. I wouldn't want to tie it to just one high school, and because we do have kids that go to Bothell, and my daughter goes to Innovation Lab, so I wouldn't want to just, give it to the principal of Inglemore, nothing against Inglemore, but, we have kids going elsewhere, and they should have the opportunity also to apply if they want to also. But I think it's, I think if we had 1-year terms or something like that, on a couple of these things, and, I think the issue is going to be really doing outreach and getting folks to apply.
Valerie, and then Nathan.
Our mayor just made my point, which is basically, I like the idea of the 1-year term in order to promote opportunity for multiple kids, coming through.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I've thought about the exact same concerns that have been expressed too, especially when it comes to fielding support for that. One of the things that has been brought up to me in the past is that there used to be sort of a youth position for the library board or something like that. I don't know how many kids know about the library board, but I think with better engagement and a stronger presence, I think within the local community, I have been very, very impressed and pleased with a lot of what's been going on at Inglemore recently. Not to restrict our fielding folks from there, but they've been doing a lot of work with following the city's comprehensive plan and what the planning commission's doing and everything like that. I think that there is potentially an increased capacity there, but also acknowledging maybe we don't box ourselves in there and just prioritize a seat for one a youth member, but if no youth members apply, fill it with a standard applicant or something like that. And we can work out the details later. Just curious if there's initial support for that idea.
Rob?
Councilmember Lucis, you just resolved one of my concerns because we had a two vacancies on the DEIA task force. And we just have been having a rough time getting anybody to apply. And we really beat the bushes at the high school. We approached different clubs, engaged the principal's office, couldn't get anybody to apply. We just got 3 applicants, but I don't know their ages. I don't know if there's any youth, but after months and months, we finally got 3 applicants for 2 positions. But for a while there, for many weeks, we were not getting any applicants at all, even with a lot of advertising and reaching out to the school. We weren't getting any. So especially with the planning commission where you need 7 people, you need 7. If a youth person doesn't apply, then I think what makes sense what you just said is having it filled by another applicant.
Deborah?
That raises the term length issue, though. I don't, yeah, I'm just saying.
Valerie?
I would also argue that the planning commission and the other committees are not equivalent. In my mind, the planning commission is its own entity, and there's a youth that is, we had a youth apply to the planning commission, and we made our best choice. I might exclude the planning commission and the council from that requirement.
Nathan?
I don't know what I'd say about excluding those from 16 to 24. Well, those up to 24 to serving on the council, and the planning commission. I know, but yeah, I'm not saying reserve any position on the council, but if, somebody who qualifies to runs.
Oh, yeah,
support that.
that's different.
Okay.
Other discussion on this? So I hear general support, but I hear the logistics may be an issue.
I'd be happy to field some of the concerns and maybe hash through some of the logistics on my own time and see if that helps ease concerns of folks.
Okay, so Nathan, you're gonna do some work on this and bring it back to your colleagues? Is that it? Okay, great. Budget priorities.
Yeah, so it was interesting that, well, this year, as we're all aware, we had a deficit, and I've been doing a lot of my own work, studies, especially when it comes to municipal finance and public finance and things like that, and different options and tools and mechanisms out there that we might be able to use in the future to help our city and everything like that. And one of the things that I had come across was a balanced budget requirement, which is actually something that many states use. The state of Washington certainly uses this about when they propose an operating budget or a general fund budget, that it must be balanced. So if there's whatever expenses must be met by revenues, or if it's not, appropriate cuts or revenues are proposed so that there isn't a deficit, of course, excluding things in which would generally go into a negative. So capital expenditures, strategic opportunities or reserves or things like that. But it is in terms of general operations and general fund, that is something that exists. And so I wasn't sure if there was potential interest of maybe finding a way to apply a similar tool at the city level when we talk about fiscal responsibility, knowing that, more and more frequently we're having to convene a financial sustainability task force, and just the increasing demand and stress on municipal finances and revenues and things like that. And I think we're all in agreement. We would love to not have a budget with deficit. So if there's other tools out there, and this is certainly one that at least has within the municipal finance academic side of things is shown to also increase a city's the sector's view of a city's credit and things like that. It's one of those protections or controls that could be helpful. And so just thinking about that, and also, establishing among ourselves if we want to have a discussion on when it comes to a deficit, if we're willing to make cuts to go forward, and just sort of where we feel about that.
Nigel.
I mean, even the state of Washington has a rainy day fund that they use, or cash reserves that they use. And that's the exact same thing we're doing with our budgets. We're using our fund balances to get us through the next couple of years until other revenues pick up. So I don't necessarily see the utility of this, because we already are. I mean, we can't spend money we don't have. The federal government's the only one that can just print money. Everybody else has to live within their means, essentially, and either create revenue or make cuts or use saved funds, which is what we're doing right now. So I'm just not sure how that's different from, the ability to use fund balances, because otherwise, what would you do with the fund balances if you, I'm trying to figure out how it's different from what we're currently doing.
Well, if we keep pulling on fund balances, eventually those run out. And so at least, you can use a fund balance, but in terms of, I think, I'm happy to sort of model what that would look like at the city level, but from the state level, in terms of just general funds and general operating practices and things like that, it's something that the state still has to abide by. To a point, it's on the books, it's just another control. And even if it's just simply when we go out for bonds and things like that, as another control, something to support us going out and our rating, even though we have a AAA rating, and I love that.
Well, that was the other thing I was about to say. I'm like, why, it's like you're doing, I mean, it just seems kind of, yeah, as far as that argument goes, I think it's kind of unnecessary because we are AAA, like we don't have
Yeah.
issues with that.
Just in terms of, I think, budgeting, as long as we have that sort of directive or that on the books that we're aiming for that. Not to say that we aren't, but just another tool in the toolbox.
So Melinda, do you have a thought on this?
Thanks. So in our budget book, and right now it's still a preliminary, but out there on our website, there is a section in the beginning. This particular section is on page 35, and it's about financial policies. And it says the first one is operating budget overall. The budget should be a performance, financing, and spending plan agreed to by the majority of the city council. It should contain information on data regarding expected revenues, expected expenditures, and performance. And then it goes on to say, fiscal integrity, which is section 2. Ongoing operating costs will not exceed the amount of ongoing revenues to finance these costs. New program costs will have identified ongoing revenues. That's a fiscal integrity policy within our financial policies that we should be following. Any available carryover balance will only be used to offset one-time or non-recurring costs. Cash balances more than the amount required to maintain strategic reserves will be used to fund one-time or non-recurring costs. Blah, blah, blah. Then it says, the city will maintain a balanced budget, which is defined as planned funds available equal planned expenditures and ending fund balance.
So in our city code, the financial policies, and maybe we can talk a little bit more about that offline. I was looking for some in the broader city codes, especially under the section 4 budget, and I didn't see that specified specifically in our broader city code. And so even if we have that as an internal policy or something like that, even if we just bring that up to a general city code level or something like that, I would be happy making that something bigger, even though it's certainly directing our internal practices, which I'm very thankful that it is. But putting that in a bigger policy, codifying that.
Melanie.
I actually think it's in the appropriate place right now. That's actually, I have a very strong feeling about it. We have it, we're following it, and we're in good shape. I'm actually incredibly concerned about the state of the economy. And I think where we are right now with how it is in our budget is important. I see what you're driving to, but I think where we are right now is very good. And I want to thank you, Melinda, for reading what we have on the books. Thank you.
John.
I mean, I think the task force has been great in kind of daylighting what is driving the need to reconvene the task force. So I think that's been a good thing. And I'm glad we're looking at budgets and things to keep tabs on this. I guess I'm not particularly animated about this, frankly. I mean, looking at the budget this year, it was like a $300,000 deficit, which is one of those like, that sounds like a lot of zeros, but I think that's also within Rob's own budgetary authority. Like he could just spend and do it, or it's very close. So I feel like I would want some kind of correct some give and take there. Like, is that amount of money we're concerned about, or like not as much? So anyway, yeah.
Valerie.
I want to be I think what we have that internally we already have this policy. I can understand the drive from both a political and an academic point of view, put it up front and center. I feel like it would speak to certain of our constituents, but it would not change the reality of what's happening internally. So to me, I'm concerned that this is going to sound judgmental, so please forgive me. It feels performative. Personally, don't think not animated about it. I feel that you just look one layer below and it's already there, and we have the bond rating. it also feels a little like policing our future. And I do believe that balancing the budget is of significance and matters, but I also believe that we're doing it.
So I'm confused. Are you actually really raising the question of codifying an existing policy? That's really what you're saying, is making it part of the code as opposed to a policy, You're changing the status then, or?
Yeah, when I was looking at our codes and everything specifically within the code 3.7 that deals with the biennial budget, it doesn't, that's not stated there. And having that at least with a lot of concern on my part, I assure you it's not performative. There is concern when it comes to untested revenue sources of CAPE, and with kind of that discussion of the imminent need to go to voters to fund general operations. It's very concerning to me, and I'm trying to be, I guess, more proactive and look under every rock when it comes to thinking about the future. Not to say, policing where we can't do this or that, but trying to be very careful when looking down the pipeline, a lot of the uncertainty there.
Melanie, and then Joe.
I liked what Councilmember Sassen said about policing our future, that element of it. We really don't know what's coming down the pipeline, and being able to make adjustments to meet the needs of our community is, I think, the top priority if we ever have to go into a deficit, because I don't know what you guys are seeing about the economic future. Sorry for getting loud about it, but that would be a reason to tighten up. At the same time, if we don't have the flexibility to do the things that we need to do to serve our community, I don't want to be bound by code. I like where it's at right now, but that's my perspective. We don't know what's next. And this year's already off to a wild and crazy start, so.
Joe.
I wouldn't see the harm in codifying what is already a policy and then allowing to address some of the concerns of other council members with some flexibility to avoid the situation. What that language is or what it looks like, I don't know, but it'd be something to allow some flexibility with it. And then the other consideration is, as far as the future goes, that's why code is set. We have a outstanding team. We have brilliant staff. We have outstanding management, and everybody here. In the future, who knows, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, looking out like that, that's why you set code. You try to think, okay, what can this look like on another aspect of the future?
I'm confused. So by state law, you have to submit a balanced budget. You can't deficit spend, so we know that. So are you really talking about dipping into reserves? And are you talking about just basically expenditure revenue for the year, or dipping into reserves to make up that difference? I guess every city I work with definitely has the flexibility to do that. That's why they have different funds. They do that. I just worked with a city that basically used that to University Place, great advantage. We bought them some time to pay down some loans, and all of a sudden they came out the other end. So they used some of their reserves to be able to create flexibility to make moves financially that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do if that was there. So I'm kind of confused about this discussion, and I'm the outside guy, but I've sat in a lot of discussions like this with the budget. So I guess I'm trying to.
It sounds like there's other majority of the members of the council who feel confident with the status quo and everything, and I'm happy to sit with
that was my question. I'm actually not quite getting what you were after. Oh, don't dip into reserves for operating purposes. Oh, okay. I wasn't getting that.
Yeah, because if we keep dipping into reserves for operating, we're going to run out. And, I understand occasionally something happens, but also if there's, in terms of codes on the books to prevent that from being a continuous thing.
It does beg the question of reserves then.
yeah.
Nigel?
But then at that point, what's the point of, you know, we have a reserve policy that we are really generous with. I mean, we have much more reserves and cash reserves than we're required to by our own policies, which is why we're able to do some of the stuff we're able to do this year. I mean, if a policy like that was put in place, then I think we would just more aggressively put money into our rainy day fund and spend out of there in the exact same sort of way. You know, like I think it would just be changing the color of the money essentially, because we can't print money. You know, we can move money around in different ways. But I just don't see what the functional difference is at the end of the day, honestly.
Any other comments, questions? Deborah?
I want to be able to support this. But I can't. And I do think the nature of the conversation, though, we must have that each year when we talk about budget. I mean, even on non-budget years. I mean, I really do feel like we need this discussion. It's in our policies that we're not supposed to dip into reserves for ongoing operations. I mean, we're on that edge, right? And we keep pulling all the levers we can on the budget. And, it's always a challenge. So I really appreciate you raising this, even though I can't.
That's fine. The point I was bringing up, and I think that was, listed first, was just future budgeting priorities and practices after this last go around, the report of the Financial Sustainability Task Force. Looking ahead, and I wanted to do this as soon as we could before the next biennium, so we can keep that conversation going or start it again. So it's not something that we're scrambling with at the end, or here it's budget season and just kind of repeat the cycle.
Any more conversation on this? Okay. Deborah, your items are up next: climate action, multi-family housing, and community garden.
Yeah, on the
and some others.
cap, I've talked about this a couple times, I think, and probably coming down the home stretch. So I'm wanting to see some of these things actualized, particularly on the climate action plan. I mean, we have a really robust plan with lots of delineated actions, and maybe I'm the only obsessive one about it, but I really want to have transparency around what we are and are not currently and or planning to implement. And it's totally okay if we don't implement all the things in the plan. And it's even more okay if we don't implement all of them at the same time. I think it's just that transparency of, each item, are we or aren't we? Which is what I didn't know you were going to put the spreadsheet actually in there. But it was that general idea of, list out the items, give them a status. And, it doesn't have to be rocket science past that. So I don't know if anybody else, I may be the only one that feels really passionate about that.
Richard?
Yeah, I did see that was uploaded to the agenda, and I was able to briefly look at it. And I can work with my team and produce that. I just think the work plans that we typically produce obviously are more focused on here's what we're proposing to work on. We don't often include all the things that we're not working on, but I think we can go through that. I'm kind of the same way. I mean, I can see how that's kind of helpful to visualize and see
Because
everything
we
going
have
on.
the plan, and then I think the assumption people would make is, oh, we're doing all these things, and or may not decide to do all those things. And I think just being upfront about that. Yeah. I mean, one of the other topics is, composting, and it's like, well, I don't remember if some of those kind of things were, in part of the plan, but they don't provide a ton of benefit, and maybe we decide, okay, let's not do that. We only have so much bandwidth, and so here's what we decided to prioritize. So, yeah.
Other conversation?
So I just guess for clarification, it's just would that be a modified version of the work plan provided today or a separate document? I guess I just want clarification on how that would be prepared and when.
I mean, it could be up to you guys. I was sort of thinking of it because I think we have the cap in its own little place on the website, and maybe there'd be a companion to that.
Oh, something like on the webpage, okay.
But yeah, I don't know.
From a timeline perspective, how much time do you reasonably need to produce that document?
I mean, I think that that would be relatively easy to prepare. Just meet with Nina and I can get back to you by the end of the week and probably a couple weeks after.
I mean, Val was just sort of saying, do we want an annual update? I think you already do I think it's been at the retreat, a little update or something. I remember getting some sort of updates, but maybe something like that.
On the 27th, can you tell them what's happening on the 27th of this month?
More general work plan updates. I think the last time we presented was around November, but then the greenhouse gas inventory is being presented. That update's being presented on the 27th meeting.
Well, I mean, as long as, there is a, kind of again, an annual cadence to kind of update whatever document you end up producing and, just so that it doesn't get too out of date for the public. I mean, it's a communication document. That's all I was thinking about.
Yeah, I think it makes sense what you've proposed. We can adopt that into our format.
Okay, any other discussions on this? Okay, multi-family housing.
I mean, this was just, this was on my list from some point in time because there was a email thread about it. And I think, this is not a big deal item. This is, although somebody in the community also mentioned that maybe Pacific Topsoils could do something. It's, if it's something that's easy, we could, help multifamily property owners see the light around. Awesome. I mean, they also don't have yards typically. People who are living in apartments and condos don't by definition have single family yards. So, it's a little bit less of an issue. You're talking about food composting probably. So it's, much less volume. Again, if it's easy to make a phone call to Pacific Topsoils and, get a couple of our multifamily property owners to buy into whatever they're doing, but if it's not, it's not a high priority, even for me. I was just kind of trying to close the loop on a conversation that we had had. So.
Discussion? Rob?
Yeah, we have pretty regular meetings with Republic Services, our solid waste provider, Holler. And we asked about that a year or two ago, and we just wanted to get a sense of how many apartment complexes are out there that do provide food composting bins, and the vast majority do not. We have hundreds, if not thousands, or maybe it was like 1,800, or I can't remember the number, but a lot of units that, a lot of apartment units that can't compost their food waste. And my daughter's going to Western, bless her heart, she's really conscious about all this stuff, and she lives in an apartment complex, and she's so dutiful about it that she does accumulate her food waste in a bucket, and she walks it up to campus blocks away from her apartment and disposes of it there because she does not want it to end up in a landfill. But most of us aren't like that, I think. So it would be great to provide that opportunity. Republic pushes back a little bit and says, well, in apartment complexes, contamination is much more of an issue. Compliance, getting people to put
I think
stuff in the
there's a
right
whole
dumpster.
RE+, right?
Yeah.
The county's got the whole RE+ thing. I think there'll be a time,
Mhm.
right? Because we're not the only city that has multifamily that doesn't
Right.
have composting. So I mean, this isn't a high enough priority for
Okay.
me, at least, that it warrants us getting out of sync with what's going to happen countywide.
Nigel?
Yeah, I mean, there was a bill passed I think it was last year, that's going to require mandatory organics pickup for all single family April 1st, 2030.
Single
And
family.
right, a single
Okay.
family. And I don't think we currently require people to have that. So that'll be something that we're going to have to do at some point in the next couple of years. The issue, I mean, as somebody who lives in a condo, a big issue and something we'd have to work out with a lot of folks is just space. Because you have very defined space for here where the dumpsters are, and there's only so much space, and adding something new to that, I think would be incredibly difficult because a lot of places already have, you know, things are very defined.
constrained,
Yeah. I think it's a worthy, I would love to have composting. I don't have access to it. I'd love to have that. And I would love for people to have that opportunity, but I think we'd have to do a lot of stakeholder work with our multifamily communities to figure out how that actually works for folks, and then with Republic to do the pickup. But I'm in favor of it. I just think it's logistically is going to be a bit of a lift.
Rob?
I'd rather other people figure out the logistics.
Rob and then Valerie.
There's also a fairly new state law that requires commercial to start composting, especially like restaurants, but it's based on tonnage or yards. I can't remember which, but it's going to be phased in over years. So phased down. So the lower amount of tonnage you produce, you'll have to compost in future years. But that's just for restaurants and other commercial. And when we hit 25,000, we're going to have to adopt an ordinance that locally enforces that commercial composting.
Okay, Valerie.
When the moment's right, I want to do it. And if we could do anything to make the moment be right sooner than 2020, 30, I'd be in. My kids the same. They basically put their compost in a bag in the freezer until they have time to take it where they have. I'm hopeful that we're headed in this direction at some point.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Deborah, community garden?
Community garden, I think there's some confusion. We actually do have a community garden. It's up in North Lake Lutheran. The question here was, and I don't want to get our city terribly involved in supporting it. It was more just a question. I think a couple years ago at Love at Kenmore, that was one of the winning ideas, and there was $500 put to it. And I guess I would like to allocate that to the effort to broaden the understanding of that community garden and to help support. I think they have a few needs to kind of bring it up to scale so that more people can utilize it, because it's there's actually more space to have more plots. And I mean, there's like, 10 people who have plots, but there's a lot more space. So, and I am working with, although we haven't met recently, Mariana LaSalle and the folks at North Lake Lutheran. And I mean, there's a lot of goodwill there. There's some barriers with the master gardeners that aren't really fond of funding projects that are on church property. I understand that, but I also understand that this is where it is. So, yeah, so I guess that, if we have that little $500 still available, I guess it'd be nice to kind of hear whether folks are okay with, if there are specific identified one-time needs that could go to that effort, could we allocate that to that project?
Rob?
If I remember right, that $500 was provided by a sponsor, Snapdoodle Toys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just remembering that now. But I guess so the question is, would you like the city to provide some seed money to help with this? I guess that's your question.
It'd be
right?
nice to know that it could be available. I think that would help lubricate the conversation a little bit, since Master Gardeners has some reservations. So.
Conversation, Joe.
It sounds good to me as long as it's constitutional.
As in not giving public money to private interests yet.
religious interest.
Yeah,
It actually, I think it actually is, that's a really good question. I think it actually is a separate organization with its own little barely functioning board. So, yeah.
Okay, any other discussion on this?
Well, am I hearing interest to offer some seed money to help with this effort?
So long
Yeah,
as
there's
council
one,
members,
two, if it's constitutional.
so long as it's not a gift of public funds.
I think general nods, is that what we're seeing? Okay, 4. Okay. Card room.
You know, just again, looking on, looking under every rock. I would not be opposed to reconsidering, allowing the card room. And I know that there has been some discussion with, I'm forgetting her first, the proprietor. He died and, yes, thank you. Because we have another Joanna. That's why I always forget. So, you know, and she wasn't terribly jazzed about the idea, but, you know, maybe there's some entity that could, you know, come in and support that within that facility. So I guess I would, you know, just wanted to take a pulse of whether there's an openness to even exploring that again. We might have had a conversation about that recently. I don't know.
Conversation. Joe.
If the owner isn't interested, it seems tough to get there. I'd have to have like more information as to how that impacts the whole idea. But, you know, and we did have a conversation some years ago. I can't remember how it went. And then I'm not like altogether one way or the other on it. And I would like to have the public weigh in. But it's weird that the owner would not be in favor of it or something. It'd be strange for the city to be like, try to convince her of it, I would think.
I don't know.
Rob might be able to clarify.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know that we can say that the owner is or isn't interested. I had a conversation a couple of years ago, but you know, as we know, when we talk to people, their opinions change. So I wouldn't be able to say whether she's interested or not.
Melanie and Nigel, and then John.
Would it, I mean, I think the question is, do we want to allow card rooms or not? Does it matter where? Is there only one building in Kenmore that could do that? I mean, we have to, if we're doing it, we're opening the door. Now, I'm not speaking in favor or not. I'm just saying this is the broader principle. Does the city of Kenmore want to allow that form of gambling or not? We've had people come to meetings stating they'd like to see us have that revenue again. I've heard it mentioned by people on, yeah, we've discussed it a bit. There could be a lot of revenue. I see both sides on this. You know, we're living in a time of a lot of addiction and alcoholism and drug use and gambling. I mean, watching football, there's gambling there. Gambling's everywhere now. So is it, if we allow it, is it just to see, you know, a drop in the bucket, or, you know, are we lowering our, you know, I'm just, it's a capitalist enterprise, you know, I mean, it's definitely something that could bring some funds to our city, but is it a place that we want to open a door to on this council? When this council was actually founded on ending gambling, ironically, you know, there's an element of that. I'm just calling that out. I'm open I'm open to the discussion, but like there's an interesting thing that I used to be very strong for, you know, like, why wouldn't we just do that? But my mind has kind of opened in a little bit different way, looking at the negative impacts. So I'm open to the conversation of our council considering this.
And Nigel, then John.
Yeah, same point as Deputy Mayor. You know, we're not just talking about one parcel of property or one building. And I think that's something that we need to think about. I'm not, a Puritan, and I'm not totally opposed to, and I think frankly that the decision made by the prior council was a little short-sighted. But that was way before before I moved to Kenmore. So, what do I know? But I mean, is this a high priority for me? Probably not. Is this a conversation I'm willing to have? Yeah, but I don't know what the community is going to say about it,
John?
I was chuckling at Councilmember Marshall's comment. I'm like, we could put it to an advisory vote. That's a great idea. Then council overturned it, right? So I'm generally in favor of the conversation. I think I support it. I also don't think it's happening at Kenmore Lanes, but yes, there could be other locations. I think that's all I got.
Wow. Debbie and I have been here long enough to have heard the conversation and the debate and the what have you in your community about doing away with the card room that you had here. Are you talking about the same card room in the same place?
Yeah, many of us have been here
Okay.
long enough to remember that.
Wow.
I'm
old.
And, it would obviously involve, how are we going to zone where it would be allowed and, all of that. So, I guess I would just, if we have the conversation, it'd be great to have before the next big budget discussion.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any urgency on it.
Any other discussion? Valerie?
I'm thinking about what would trigger that discussion. We could decide to have the discussion and open it up to public hearing or whatever because of budget. Or we could decide to have the discussion because an approached us and said, I want to open this. I want to open a card room. And it's a point of ignorance for me. I mean, could I imagine a super cool card room speakeasy up there at the lodge? You bet. Like, that sounds great. Martinis and all that. But in the absence of somebody coming and saying, look, I want to do this, open to it, but I don't feel urgent.
Melanie, then Nigel.
Yeah, I just was gonna tag on Councilmember Marshall and Culver. And I did, but I really like what you just said, Valerie, Councilmember Sassen, because I see where you're coming from, like, why do anything if someone's not wanting it? I would actually think it would be, if we have this discussion, to do it with the aim towards putting it to the people of Kenmore to decide if it's something they want. I really do think it's a people's decision. If they want that revenue, that's where I'd want it to go.
Nigel?
Yeah, I think what Councilmember Sassen said was really wise. I'm not inclined to open up such a hairy discussion unless there's actually a need for it. Doing it on spec doesn't appeal to me.
I would agree, except I don't think anybody's going to approach us if we have a ban. I don't, it's almost a chicken and egg problem, but again, I don't see there's any urgency. I just except for the budget. And I do think that it's, maybe worth asking the question again to our public.
John?
Historians correct me on this, but I think that's how the first one came about. There was talk of it, and then someone said, all right, I'm getting a permit, and then the fight ensued. So I think that could be drummed up if someone were so motivated. I guess it would just cast that evil into the universe.
Joe?
And just FYI, I remember that somewhere during my first term, somebody did approach the city with interest of a business, even though the ban was there. I remember that gentleman, I can't remember his name, right? But nothing came of it.
Okay, any other discussion? Debbie?
I don't know where to start on this. I'll just address the land use issue, and I'm sure Dawn will jump in on this. But right now, card rooms are not allowed. You cannot spot zone one place just to allow card rooms. You'd have to look at this citywide. and have that discussion about where it would be. So there would be a much bigger discussion around land use. We've also brought this up in light of budget. And I would sort of ask, maybe you need to take a look at the financial sustainability plan and look at what was recommended in that plan as potential revenue sources and whether this would be an appropriate revenue source before you even get to the point of land use. Where it goes and where it's allowed is probably way down the list in terms of those bigger policy discussions around, should you do it? And is this the best way to generate revenue in terms of what is you currently adopted as a financial sustainability plan? And that was not included in that, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah, they didn't consider it. They didn't look at it. So I think, you know, and we raised that during that process. Again, I don't have any urgency. I mean, it doesn't sound like anybody else has urgency, so we can certainly wait in case we get a proposal, which it sounds like maybe we did. You know, again, it's, I think it's worth taking the temperature, but.
Melanie?
I want to thank you for checking the temperature on it. And I think we should have it like as a pencil. Maybe we do want to talk about it at the retreat again. I don't know, or next year, but it's something that it's come up, you know, for the 5 years that I've been here. Someone brings it up, you know, to public comment, or, you know, we side, you know, that it comes up. So I think it's important for us to, you know, get a read of the room. We're concerned about long-term financial sustainability. So,
Joe?
Just gonna say many things have changed since the ban, many things.
Other discussion? Okay, interesting. Dog park update.
That was just a question. Can we get an update?
You were
on
asking
the-
for an update.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you take the Bothell part and I'll take the Kirkland part?
Dog parks are one thing that does keep coming up. There is interest. If you look at the area of land that we have, there's not a lot of opportunity for a viable dog park in Kenmore. So that's why we've been looking for partners elsewhere. We contacted the city of Bothell, and I think that was part of the last update to council, to see if there was interest in partnering with Bothell. They were going to do a study that, again, is lower on their priority now. So again, we will keep in contact with Bothell to see if there is interest, but right now it's not on their work program for this next year.
And Kirkland. So there's a King County owned park in North Kirkland called Big Fin Hill. It pretty much almost borders on the city of Kenmore. I live near there, so I visit that park frequently, and I think there's a perfect spot for a dog park there. And so I've approached the city of Kirkland, even though it's not their park, it's a county park, checked with them. They already have a dog park in their city, so they're like, oh, okay, yeah, they don't seem opposed to it. So I have checked in with King County Parks Director and with King County Councilmember Rod Dembowski about it, and haven't gotten a lot of movement on it, but Councilmember Dembowski did talk about including money for study and design to do a dog park at Big Fin Hill in the next King County Parks levy, which would be in August. So we're actually going to have Rod come and talk to you guys at a city council meeting, hopefully next month. And maybe he can talk to you about that topic when he comes to visit you. So it's not a ton of movement, but we are trying to leverage our neighbors as much as we can, given our dearth of possibilities here in Kenmore. So.
Any other discussion on this? Okay. Are there any other items that come up? I see we're moving into other areas that look like you're going back into formal meetings. Is that true? Is that what these are?
Yeah, I think we're done with the study session now.
So are we finished with the study session? Okay.
All right, staff reports.
Yeah, you might have seen some email correspondence about Snohomish County changing its critical area regulations. For example, Kenmore resident Eric Admin sent you all an email, and also Tom Murdoch with Adopt a Stream is also asking us to get involved. It would be difficult for us to drop what we're doing and dive into 2 years worth of work that the county's been doing on this, or however long they've been working on it. But that said, if there is council interest, keyword, if there is interest on your part, if you do want to go into that lane and try to influence policy in another jurisdiction, we could do a letter in advance of the hearing that says we support following the Department of Ecology model ordinance. Something as simple as that. Because there's 2 amendments by 2 Snohomish County Council members that are proposing to deviate from the ecology ordinance that would allow more filling of wetlands and allow reduced buffers. And so if we just had a statement that said, hey, we're with ecology on this.
Anybody opposed to us? Then Rob, if you could, I think. Yeah, Councilmember Goldberg.
Just wary because I've been flagged off at special meetings. Is thumbs okay at this meeting?
Thank you, council member. I was going to say yes, because all of the bullet points that are listing were intended for action, but this is not, oh, no, dog park, this is new.
Well,
And
let me phrase it this way. Unless I hear any objections, I'm going to write a letter for the mayor's signature to send that letter.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
If you have objections, let them be known to the city manager sooner than later. Mr. City Manager, if you could also, if you happen to have the information, if not, I can dig around for it, but I was going to see if I could figure out when the hearing was. And
yeah, it's Wednesday morning, 10:30, I believe.
It's on 9, I think.
Yeah, I see at 10:30, their legislative session at 9, and then public hearings at 10:30, it looks like.
It would be hard for us to get to that hearing and be prepared for hearings, so we were thinking a letter would be better.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Sherbeck?
Yeah, and I have mixed feelings about this. I mean, it's one thing to lobby the state on our behalf. I think when we get into lobbying our peers, I mean, you know, I start to feel a little bit uncomfortable. I am fine with the idea of a general letter saying we support ecology's position on buffers. Full stop. Showing up at a hearing representing the city of Kenmore, I'm not so comfortable with that. I mean, I just feel, you know, what if the shoe is on the other foot? I don't know. I'm a little uncomfortable.
Councilor Sassen?
Well, I think that Kenmore is a cautionary tale. We're busy buying back land that, you know, from people who've built on wetland. So I think we have experience that would bear on this issue. And I'm very much in favor of writing a letter. Do I need us to attend the hearing? I do not, but we have a cautionary tale to share.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I think it's along those lines. And, you know, it's a neighboring county. We share the water. It impacts us. We're downstream. Their actions impact us directly. And, you know, as much as it's important to hear from our community members, people outside of our city also are impacted by our decisions as well. I think that learning and hearing others' perspectives does have value. So I know that, you know, sometimes people say, well, they're not from Kenmore, they don't count. And, you know, something along those lines. But I respect the voices of people who have knowledge and concerns that we need to hear about. they help us be more informed, and hopefully on this issue, our letter can help them be more informed. But I very much support, especially when it comes to the environment, that we all share, as writing a letter for this.
I would also add that it's not totally unprecedented for us. We've actually, there was a proposal in a previous transportation improvement plan, I think, that they were gonna add a road just off of Locust, which would have added a bunch of impervious surface right next to a lot of creeks that lead directly into Swamp Creek. Because the thing that people forget is Swamp Creek runs from Painfield all the way down here. We take all of the runoff. And we did weigh in on that. I think Dawn went and spoke at that hearing, and I believe I made some phone calls to a couple of the council members over there about it too, and it got taken off of their transportation improvement plan. I don't think we were the reason why, but we definitely weighed in because it was going to affect, because we are downstream of everybody from Painfield South. Councilmember Culver?
Was just going to +1 the deputy mayor's point about being downstream, and just want to say I'm also in full support.
You have what you think you need there? The manager?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you think you have what direction
Oh,
that you need?
yes.
Okay, or lack of non-direction, I should say. Okay, well, I'll look for that in my inbox then. Anything else? Okay, councilman reports and comments. Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, Happy New Year and good work. I look forward to the work in the year ahead. I hope everybody reads, I bet you some of you have read the national, I think it's HUD report on homelessness, the federal report, a lot of interesting and not intuitive stuff. To me, one thing that stood out was that it seemed, well, the one thing that was, what is undisputable according to them, is that 2004 was the highest level of homelessness in the United States from when they began. When was it, like maybe 2007 or something? I can't remember that. But over that period of time, as homelessness increased and increased, the number of emergency shelters decreased. The number of shelters and housing related to permanent supportive housing and other types of transitional housing increased. So that was an interesting permutation, I thought, and other commentators had said that it was going to be emergency shelters that can get the state of Washington, which is number 3 apparently in homelessness now, closer, or it can help us get more people housed if we have more emergency shelters, seem to be a lot of the conclusion, but definitely read it for yourself and check that out. And then another thing was that in the Grants Pass case decided by a, well, you know what kind of Supreme Court decided it, but yeah, I had thought, okay, everything they cite in there is probably going to be skewed a certain political direction. And I looked up there, the main thing that stood out to me was the finding that like 75% of homeless people experience substance abuse and another 78% experience mental illness, or those numbers might have been swapped. I thought, okay, it's going to be some, right-wing organization rather that decides that. And lo and behold, it's a think tank or a research group that's the University of California. And it's got a bunch of corporate sponsors for sure, but they're all a wide range. United Way, the Gates Foundation, all this stuff. And I was like, whoa, okay. I thought those numbers, might have been somewhat biased even from that particular Supreme Court, but wow, they show that significant aspect. So I hope that we all think about those aspects of mental health, substance abuse, in terms of looking at the issues we're going to deal with homelessness and housing to come. Thanks.
Councilmember Culver.
Thank you. A few things. Salute to our local firefighters, Shoreline Fire, who sent a truck down and 4 crew members down to California to fight the LA fires. Yeah, goodness, salute to them. Congratulations also to Tracy Bonashinsky, newly elected chair of the Planning Commission. Hank the Heron is incredibly proud of you. Starting off the new year with a couple bummer data points. Not only was homelessness usurped 2023's record high numbers, new high score, 2024 was also the hottest year in history. So that's what I got. Free Palestine.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Well, things. I think maybe it's in 2 weeks that we'll kind of confirm or discuss appointments to our local committees like NUSA and NPRSA. So if you're on any of those local committees, that's when we'll kind of re-up those.
I was
think.
actually just gonna, sorry, I was gonna say, I don't think we're in a place. I don't think we're in the cycle of reappointing people. I just think you were just checking to see if people wanted to stay where they were.
Yeah.
And I don't think that we have a need right now to reappoint it to any of those committees right now because there's many changes in
Okay.
membership unless folks
So unless people
are
want
stepping off, in which
Yeah,
case they
yeah,
should let us
okay.
know and we can have that
Okay,
discussion.
cool,
But unless
perfect.
there's changes happening, I don't think we need to have that discussion right
Awesome.
now.
And then that's great. And then the only other thing, just wanted to promote a book that one of our fine citizens, Eric Edmond, was recommending. It's called Nature's Best Hope, a new approach to conservation that starts in your yard. And so it's a very interesting book.
And can I add, he donated a copy of that book to the city.
Oh,
So if any of you want to check it out, you're welcome
And
to.
it's at the library, audio and hard copy.
Councilmember Sassen.
The NUSA awards are in this room on Wednesday. I just want to acknowledge my gratitude for the creativity and the dedication of the council. I missed you all. Glad to be back. We had a local gardening group post on the looking for donations to put planters at the new. Acknowledge that and express my gratitude for that efforts. And then lastly, I just want to thank you all for your kindness in this time of personal loss for me. So.
Councilor Lutzis.
Yeah, one of the bummers about going last is none of the things I want to say are original because they've already been said. But just a couple of points. I also wanted to recognize the local Shoreline Fire Department for sending a truck down to LA. Our thoughts are with them. I wanted to recognize also, recognizing the fact that it's 10:30 at night and our department heads are still here really shows a level of dedication to our service. So thank you. From a committee perspective, East Side Transportation Partnership and the Seashore Transportation Forum, some updates. Just to our residents out there listening, be prepared. This year is the start of Revive I-5, so please be prepared for increased traffic along the I-5 corridor as they start shutting down multiple lanes at a time for the next couple of years. So just get ready for that increased congestion here in the north end.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, you said transportation. It did bring, I was going to keep this shorter, but just a reminder with, the LA fires, the importance of us being prepared, traffic, have your plans in place for what to do in the event of an emergency. It's really, I'm not a person who's like a disaster prepper. I'm just not. And I have started thinking in that way. So I'm just saying it out loud. Hopefully we never have to use our plans, but looking at that traffic. So thank you to our city planners, traffic planners and engineers for doing the good job that you're doing. But it just crossed my mind as we're making our plans, we need to think about when people have to get away, the impact, what it looks like in an emergency. I do want to wish everyone a happy new year. I'm looking forward to the work that we have before us. This setup was just an outstanding way to start the year. And I'm not sure how it came together in this form, but it was really helpful. It was really nice to get some connection going as we start this year with our plans. So thank you.
Yeah, and Happy New Year, everyone. It's great to see everyone. Not a whole lot. There is Coffee with Council coming up this Saturday. Right now, I am the only confirmed person. Oh, are you? Okay, great. Okay, well, then there's at least two of us. That's fine. And I just want to let you all know that on Wednesday, I have my first meeting as a board member of the Sound Cities Association. So I was just elected last month. So yeah, I get to go all the way down to Renton for it. It'll be fun. So yeah, I know, for a 2-hour meeting, but it'll be good. So anyway, with nothing else before us, we are adjourned.
The way to